So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2 have dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2 have dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bird. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
What up?
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2 have dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit.
Friday.
Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit down to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod,
Take care of y'all
Champion
dogs.
Yellow Bird.
Y'all getting that clean water. Did y'all clean up all that shit?
So pull up
Check
a
the
seat
chain.
and let's talk.
Did you give him a good pat on the head? Oh yeah.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the main.
Hold on, fellas. I guess you're trying to get me in there. I know y'all can't see me yet, right?
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining.
Can y'all see me? Can y'all see me? Gotta make sure this thing working, man. Thumbs up if you can see me. All right, now, what's up there, 614? Thank you, bro. Rack City, what's up, baby? Knucklehead, what's up, man? Mr. Rizzo. Mr. Mason, what's up, bro? What's up, Frederick? Supreme Excellence, what's up, bro? Eli Foe, Life. What's up, bro? Mr. Jacquez Mason, thank you. Mr. Dredd, shout out to you, bro. Thank you. Mr. Shepherd, what's up, bro? Welsh, what's up? Benny, good looking. Thanks for coming out. Eric, what's up, man? Deep Red Boy Rascal Live, what's up, my man? What's up, fellas? Everybody, what's up? What's up? Day is Friday. No more weekday. We kicking into the weekend. Then we got another thing coming, the Memorial holiday. Shout out to all my Memorial Day veterans. Hoorah! Hoorah! For those are Memorial Day veterans, what's up there? Simplify. Hey, fellas. Gonna be a good long weekend. I hope some of y'all got that time off of work to enjoy with your families. As you heard me earlier, you probably didn't see me. Just want to check in on your dog. Today, fellas, we're gonna be talking about some conditioning. But it's not going to be on conditioning as you would think. It's going to be on the conditioner. The conditioner to me is a very important thing. So I'm going to dig into my world of what I did in my mind frame. So when I do start talking about the actual conditioning, it won't catch y'all off guard. So I'm going to give you a piece of the mind frame and the levels that I took and how serious I was about the conditioning. As you heard, a lot of people that know me would tell you that I was a good conditioner. You know, I think the proof is in the pudding. If I did lose, I didn't lose due to conditioning, that's for sure. I had a habit of going short, but when time calls for it, I knew how to go long. It seemed like I always had an edge, because I didn't think everybody was doing their dogs the way I was doing mine. And my concept was the mind frame. My mind frame had to start off as a conditioner. When I look at each dog, yeah, all dogs are different. That's just like on the football field. You all linebackers, even though they're linebackers, they all different. But there's a regimen as a linebacker you have to follow. You was big, strong, short, and fast. You was still a linebacker, and linebackers do linebacker drills. So I was more into that concept as far as when it came to me planning a conditioning program for each and every dog that I ever put into shape. Okay? The reason why I was so tedious, because it's back to doing planning. Planning and understanding, you know, to me, these are gladiators. To me, these are, you know, this is my job to make sure that I didn't see what I need to see. Now it's time for me to do what I need to do. So I took it up on each one. And I tell you guys, when it comes to material, you know the big desk calendar? You know the one you sit on a desk, a business desk, and it has the calendar on it? Well, it would be a good investment to get one. If you know, I'm just saying, me myself, I have one. And I always used it, even if I had to go buy one for every keep. If it was going on in that year, I had to have one on my desk. As far as my sitting down and planning a conditioning for a particular animal. Now, in that, now that I got my calendar sitting here, what is it here for? I can sit out here and I can write my whole keep. Literally sit out and write my whole keep. Now, there's different stages in my keep, and there's different things related in the keep that has to be factored. One is the weight. I had to understand and know what weight I was shooting after. And I should have knew that before I even picked a show to enter. Okay? So let's make sure that everybody understands you shouldn't be calling weight if you don't know a weight. Okay? And all that has to do with the mind frame as when you start off, first thing you want to understand is the pre-keep. Okay? Now, does that fall back to me being in the mind frame of, a conditioner? Yeah, not really, because to this point, when I get to the point where I'm going into a pre-keep, I'm looking strictly at the dog and the exercises that I'm putting him through and what he looks like as I put him through these things. Now, I'll do a pre-keep. It'll last about a good 3 weeks. And in that pre-keep, because I give him a rest before I start the actual keep, if I can get a hook and get a weight. But I'll spend a month putting the dog in pre-keep, and if it takes me a month to get him on, and it'd be all right with me. Because the job of what I did in the pre-keep has nothing to do with what I'm going to do going into the conditioning. Okay, I just like bringing them down and looking at them at a working weight. I used to take them out on the four-wheelers, every morning, I would just get up, grab them, and take them out on the four-wheeler, and we take off every morning. Not giving him no true chemicals or nothing like that, just giving him straight his food and working what I want off. 3 weeks, I can look at a dog and tell he got 2 pounds over than what I want to see him at. And then once I make that decision about them 2 pounds, then I make the decision, on up to that 3 weeks, how well did they work? That's the time that I spend on the treadmill, teaching them things, getting them pumped up for the treadmill, introduce them to the electric mill, get them pumped up for the electric mill. Not more work as I would do on my four-wheeler. It was an everyday thing because it was like a morning run for us. Time with us to be out running around. But the main things were just introducing them to the world that he's getting into, and at the same time, I'm not pumping his body full of nothing. I'm still going regular dog food right off the chain, just letting him work. Because I'm working the weight on to what I want to see. I know what I'm looking for when I get there. Okay, now once I got to that point, now I can call. I can call any weight, that is in my range, I usually will look at one and be 39.40. So that means if I go looking, I'm looking for anything between 39 and 40. Okay? Now I'm going back into the conditioning part of it. Okay, now I'm sitting down and I'm writing out a keep for this for the next 8 weeks, all the way up to show day. I'm writing this whole keep out. Now, I take it as an aspect of being a football coach. Okay, because there's certain things that before I even start writing on that calendar, I've already had a mindset already made. And like I said, the first part came up with the weight. Now I got the weight. The next category is now I got to deal with is controlling the weight. So that means I have to have my schedule together strictly for the weight. Okay? Now, I don't know how many times guys out here, the old timers, everybody have their way. Remember, I'm telling you my way. So the first thing I do from day one, when I wake up in that morning, when I pull that animal out that cage, that animal's going to go on the scale. From day one. It goes on that scale, he's going to get a weight check. I'm going to weigh him. Then I'm going to go to my calendar on that date, and I'm going to put that weight down. Then I'm going to take him. I'm going to take him for his morning walk. And he's going to take a good shit in the piss. Okay? When he comes back, I'm going to put him back on the scale. Whatever that weight is, I'm going to write that weight down on that day up under the opening weight. Then I will feed him and put him back in his crate. We're still talking about weight. What is my mind frame? This part right here, before I go too much further, to you all you doggers out there, why did I weigh him twice? Anybody want to elaborate on that? There's a reason. Remember, it's all about coaching. And why was I writing it down? Okay? I'm gonna give it 2 seconds for you guys to somebody to throw a good explanation, see if you guys is paying attention. You know? Question is, why did I weigh him twice in that short period of time? And why did I write it down? Well, I ain't getting much. Let me see. Pre-empty weight and empty weight. Mr. Fold, thank you. Thank you. That is correct. I got the weight when he waking up. I want to know his weight at the time he gets up in the morning. You're gonna see this is day one. If you watch what happens, you're gonna see. Day one, take him out, weigh him, let him dump, like he said. Pre-empty. Then bring him back, weigh him again. Now he done dumped and shit. How much weight did he dump off? Okay? So I'm writing them down because that's like a record keeping for me. Okay? Now, he goes back in his cage. That evening, I get ready to bring him out. What's the first thing I'm going to do? Put him on the scale. Now we got pre-empty, right? Another time of the day. Now we at the evening. We're doing the exact same thing I did in the morning. Okay? When I bring him back, I'm going to put him on the scale. I'm going to write that down. So far, we didn't weigh this dog 4 times. Guess what? We sat there and watched him sit in the crate all day long. Remember, I did feed him and threw him back in the crate. Remember that? Okay? Now, when I bring him back and I take him off, now I'm going to go and give him a drink. What kind of drink am I giving him? What's the purpose of the drink? Okay? The thing is, I'm not going to get into what I give him. But remember, now we're still talking about not only the weight, now we're going on to getting him ready past to being able to run the equipment. Remember the pre-keep. During the pre-keep, this dog has learned how to run a mill. He has learned how to play on an electric mill. He's learned how to drive at certain things, you know, because I'm playing with him a lot. This time is actually given to the animal every day on point, like a Marine's supposed to do when he's got a duty and a job to do. You know, I don't know about everybody else, but I took my job very seriously. Very seriously. Okay? Now, the purpose of the drink is to hydrate the animal. My thing was I give them certain things because I'm getting ready to put his ass up there. And this is going to be his first day of work. Probably going to be his hardest day of work. Okay, so I'm like a football coach. I'm coming straight out raw. I got pre-keep in me because I was running the treadmill. Yeah, but we wasn't running it. We was learning how to run it. By the time you got ready to run it, it was time for me to put you down. I didn't want to waste none of that on a pre-keep. All he was running to was more of a drive on the mill. I had objects and toys and certain things, whatever made them move. Remember, my concentration wasn't more on him focusing on how to run the mill, but him focus on his drive to teach him how to run the mill. You understand? For me, I'm looking more on his drive, and his body will catch up to getting what he wants to do with his drive. So if he wants to zing out and learn how to run on it because he wants to get that thing, is what my point was being made. And I wanted him to really want it. And when he finally got a chance to get it, which was very quickly during his pre-keep, he enjoyed it. Then he could run at any pace he wanted to. He had to, got this one. You might want to lock down and bite into it and shake it up. I'm good boying him to death. What was the purpose of the pre-keep? To prepare him for the keep. So let's go back to, we went to weight and pre-keep. Remember the things I spoke on the pre-keep. The mind frame, y'all, listen to the mind frame where I'm at. I'm taking everything in stages and taking everything in categories and sections. I'm not trying to put everything smashed together. I'm just going through a routine like a football coach, a basketball coach. I can't coach a team unless I can tell the team give the team a game plan. So it's never like I'm trying to put them in a keep in the pre-keep. Pre-keep is just what it's set for me. It preps my dog for the keep. I'm not looking for him to learn how to speed up when I want him to speed up. No, I want him to learn how to attack. And in that moment of attack, you give everything you got to get it. And then your body will adjust to it, but the drive is what I'm looking for. Not the concentration on making sure he will run the mill and go fast. No, I want him to want whatever it is in front of him so bad that he's gonna run fast. And that's just how he's being trained and tamed, because I can put it over here in this corner and get his attention and get his drive. I can put it over here in this corner and get his attention and get it to drive, point the hell out of it, bang it all against the wall. He's going nuts. He's not thinking about how fast he's running. He's going nuts. I want him to be focused. Dead on that mug, and legs is just running. Then I stop, pull it up, throw it to him. Boom, I got it. My mind frame. I'm not putting him in a keep. I let him bounce all over that box once he got it. And I'm happy as hell that he got it. Prep. So after he gets that drink, he goes up on there. The expectations is, I damn near got a watch stuck on my arm like a stopwatch, and as soon as I take off, warning, I'm hitting that mug. Now, as a coach, I'm coaching right now at this point, day one. Day one. We're going right after the drive. New thing, new surprise. Going directly into the drive. What is my mind frame? What am I looking for on day one? Okay? That watch is going to tell me when he hits that wall. Because I'm still concentrating not on his pace. I'm concentrating on his drive. His drive to want this thing. I'm doing everything in my power to make him really, really, really want this thing. Today he's not getting it on a short spurt. Today he's got to go get it. Day one. Remember, I'm concentrating on the drive. I'm going to let his body tell me what's going on physically. As long as I can keep his mind focused on that drive, not the tiredness he's going to be running into, but how bad do you want this thing? How bad do you want this thing? Remember, I go left to right, all in the front. Remember, I was targeting him in the puke heat. So the more you focus in different areas, the more he stays focused. He's going to hit a wall. He's going to hit a wall. And right there at that point right there, Mark, I go to my calendar and I write it down. I write it down. Now, what is the wall? I don't know what some guys say. Some guys say when they start foaming and around the mouth, well, I wash the tongue. I wash the tongue. The tongue is a key because the more the curl in the tongue, the more the air is actually blocked by the tongue. Remember when the more tired the dog gets, the more the tongue curls. It doesn't lay down, it curls. Yes, you're going to get a lot of foam in the first couple of days. That's going to be automatic. But me, I want to know his true threshold. I want to see this dog come day one because he's not sore. He's not anything today. This is his first day. And I'm going to look. 30 minutes what this dog's body is telling me is going to happen. So when he gets to that wall, that's when I get to him. No, I don't let mine come down. I let the body break him down, but I don't stop my drive. My drive tells me the body gonna break down. As long as it makes that transition, because he's not sore, he's not hurting, this is only day one. When he makes that understanding transition, I want him to be focused on strictly that drive. And let his body do. Because his body will slow him down. But his drive won't. He will never lose focus of what I'm doing. That's the point that I push him to. Then I walk away. Once I hit that mark, when I walk away, I'm going to my calendar to write it down. Now, when I walk off, he's still gonna be, but he's still gonna be running. And when he realizes I'm not coming back with his toy or whatever it is that makes him go crazy, then mindset will start setting and getting itself together. I could be sitting in the other room at the desk. I might be sitting across the room and I'd be like, "What's up, boy? What's up?" And he'll still be zooming and I'll watch him and I'll watch him. And then I'll look and I'll tell you guys what it look like when they're getting their wind back. I don't know when y'all think they're getting their wind back, but my aspect is still the tongue. As he starts getting his wind back, he starts lapping up his face, cleaning his face up. He can still be, but as soon as he starts the lapping, cleaning himself up. Watch the tongue. Got to give the tongue a chance to slip around and do what he want to do and see where it falls. You will know as he's running and cleaning his face, slobbering up the slobber, and the way he's breathing, he's getting his wind back. How long did it take for him to hit the wall? Sometimes I see him hit the wall around 10 minutes in the beginning, but I'll push him for another 5 more minutes just to really put the body into a situation. Sometimes it takes 20 minutes with a nutcase Because in that case, be so focused, they just gonna run through it. They body be they're down there pass out and don't care. They I gotta get it. You know, you had those. Rappers are not. But you're marking that time because there's your start. When you see them pull themselves together, I don't want him down there stopping and walking. No, I want him to move. His pace will slow down considerably. But he's not walking. I want him to give me a trot pace while he's catching his air. I'm watching his tongue. I start off at 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, then I start paying attention. I start coming back around him and see how he's doing. And by the time I walk and go grab my toy, because we still got another 10 minutes to go, we're going right back down in that hole again. Right back to running. Right back. Not one time did I take him off. Not one time did I let him stop. Not one time did I let him walk. From day one. 30 minutes. Pure push. Catch your wind back a little bit, 5 minutes, I got you right back in there. Giving me your all again. Why? Because I got control over the drive. I am trying to control the body. I'm trying to control the drive. Okay? As soon as it comes off, what's the first thing you think I did, guys? First thing I did when I took him off. My mind frame. What would you think it was? I took him off, put him right on the scale. Okay? As soon as I took him off, that's 5 times. Give him some water. Give him a little drink. Right? Take him out. Let him piss it off. Cool down. Bring him back. Put him back on the scale. That's 6 times. All right? After that, you take him. This is still day one, guys. Now, after that, you take him. You're rubbing him down. Talking to him. I just let mine just ball up into me and I just break him up a little bit. You know, they would love that. You know, stretch him out. But I would spend more time on the cooling down on the walk because I always had this chain on every dog I've ever put in shape. It was this big ass, damn near like a Navy chain. And I would put it on a pull harness. And after every good walk, when I come back, I would hook him up to this big old chain. And we would walk back down to the farm, to the shed, wherever I was. And it would be a nice, considerable good walk. Okay? But before I took that walk, I would mix his food. He would be so hyper that I would, by the time while they was doing all this running, I would have the time to mix their food. I had the time to mix his drink. So when he got done, you know, when I came back and put him on the scale, I could immediately feed him and put him up. Remember, think about that. That's day one. I shouldn't even have to talk about day 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If I'm telling y'all everything I did in day one. Everything I did in day one. If you're writing it down, you should be able to tell me what happened on Saturday. You understand what I'm saying? The mindset of a conditioner. The mindset of a conditioner. So already we didn't talk about the weight. right? We done talked about the training, pre-keep, training him, making sure he's comfortable when you get there. The drive, practice, pre-keep. And then we start talking about, I didn't tell you what I did with the drink, but I said there was something there for the drink. Always before I work them, they got that special drink. Okay? So now, what am I doing? Why am I giving him something to drink before he go to work? Why do I give him something to drink when he get done with the work? You understand what I'm saying? Where's my mind frame? So we already know. Now we're talking about what I'm doing to the body as far as giving the body the things it needs for the punishment I'm going to do to this dog's body. I clearly understand what I'm getting ready to do to this dog's body. So I'm thinking about the nutrition and the essential factors that I'm getting ready to do. So I have to have this thing in order, right? Now, you can best believe with this keep, you'll be able to walk over there and see a damn list of everything that I give this animal and the amount that I'm supposed to give him. Every single piece is going to have that dog's name on it, taped with the amount of this or that, or one pill, half a pill, whatever it is I'm giving this dog, is going to be on, whether it's a jug or a pill or a liquid. I have measuring cups and everything. Teaspoons all the way up to damn cup. And I measured and written everything down so nobody would be no mix up on nothing. The dog's name was on. I only did them one at a time. Only times I did them two at a time was when I was doing Brat, and they did the same thing. I didn't have to have, I could put Brat on one because Mama was a little bigger on certain measurements, but on that measurement, I would have Brat and Mama. It'd be right there on there, what they're getting. A half a teaspoon, a whole teaspoon, 2 tablespoons. You know, right there on it, just take some clear tape and mark it off. Because if I'm at home and I have dogs, I got kids, you know. My baby just turned 18. I got a lot of kids, you know that. My baby didn't turn 18, okay? So my girls, I got girl dog men. I have son dog men. You know, just being around their dad, they had those days where they knew how to go out and feed a dog and keep. They know how to go out, take the bike, and go run a 10-mile run with the dog. And know there's a time limit for that dog to get there and back. Not a stroll, but a ride. So I had kids that helped on times, but it was 99.9% of the time dad. But when you got kids, everybody wants to be involved. Everybody wants to see what's going on. So everybody really does be a part because it takes that time. You gotta remember what I was talking about was this, the mind frame of where I'm at. Remember, the only thing you heard me ever say about the dog was the dog's drive. Remember, that's all you ever hear me talking about. I'm already at a point where when it comes to the dog, the key factor to me to get this dog through this keep is going to be his drive, his gameness, his heart, his focus. Day after day after day after day after day. I'm Coach Reese. My mind frame. I'm telling you what I'm getting ready to do to you, dog. I'm gonna give you all the nutrition you need to handle this. But what I'm asking for, most of you guys ain't gonna do. What I do, a lot of you guys ain't gonna do. because you won't never get it until you get the mind frame. So that's before I go digging in, telling you exactly what I did. I gave you day one. Now, if you can figure out day 1 to day 7, you'll be able to tell me something. You'll be able to tell me something. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. But if you did this 6 straight days, and you didn't weigh and you didn't charted down his threshold points to his cool down points to all that, weighing him 6 times, giving him the proper shit on time, the walks on time, the pulling the chain at the end of the day, whether you start off with the leash. But believe me, I used to, by the end of the keep, guys, I could hook money with every damn one of them. I could hook them to the chain and just go on home with the 4-wheeler, just zoom on out with the 4-wheeler, go on home and just sit there and wait for him and have his pants sitting right there. And you hear that chain when it's coming down through there. Here it come, here they come. Every damn one of them come right on down in there because they know their food is there when they get there. Ain't never been a time they got there and their food wasn't sitting there waiting on them. And learned how to, they knew. They was happy as hell when they saw that chain coming, being hooked to them. They take off and chase the goddamn 4-wheeler. I couldn't run fast enough. I used to just take him up on the 4-wheeler, go to the end. If I wanted to walk him, I'd walk him. If I didn't, I'd slow walk the 4-wheeler and let him trot along. I'm cooling them down. You know, every once in a while, after I would feed them, I would immediately always lock them up. I wouldn't, you know, where most guys, they feed their dogs and they probably take them out after a while and walk them. No, I put mine to bed because you're going to need it. When you get up in the morning, I have no problem with you going out there taking that shit and that good piss. Because you ate good and you drank good. Thirsty, I know you're tired because it's a rough day today. But where is Twin's mind frame? Like I said, I gave you day 1. Now imagine if you would sit down and you write out day all the way up to day 6. You guys will have a story to tell me. Especially if you're looking at my mind frame. You'll be able to tell me exactly what Twin was thinking and why he did the things he did and the results that he got. That's the thought and the thinking of a dog man on a mind frame. Did I ever once think about my dog's style? Never once do I worry about my dog's style. A linebacker's a linebacker. He has a style of being a linebacker. You know, he got his different moves to make him a great linebacker, but he's still a linebacker. That means he will still do linebacker drills. Like everybody at linebacker on the team. And that's how I looked at my keeps. I really never based it on the dog's abilities. Never once. I will add, day 1, they do take their first shot at roids if I'm doing roids. The first shot, and then, you know, day later, not even a day later, every other day after that, I give them another one, and then that's it. I'm going to tell you which ones, and I'll tell you later which ones and how and when. And the reason why. Because your boys play a factor in my keep. Where everybody wants to go to natural, I ain't got an argument with any guy that wants to do natural. It's not even an argument for me to even think about natural compared to roids. We didn't already had this segment before and how I feel about it. Roids were not an advantage to anything. It wouldn't be banned in all sports. What are roids? It's an enhancement. It's an enhancement. They don't want you, it's called cheating in every other game but our game. There's not a damn rule to tell you that you can't put roids in your dog. Whether you pulling or hunting. You want to use roids, what are you using the roids for? Performance enhancement. Performance enhancement. What good is roids if it's not a performance enhancement over a man's natural ability? I'm still trying to make sense of that argument. Not saying that, you're going to have, the dog doesn't make the roids. The dog still got to do what he got to do, but the roids is going to give you a physical enhancement. It's a performance enhancement. That's why it's banned in all sports, but this one. Not saying that that it's going to beat everything you put on it, but messing with me, I'm just going to let you know. My understanding compared to steroid use, a performance enhancement compared to natural, you're going to see the advantage. I don't care what you think about that. I've done it enough times that if you didn't, they're not telling you I was a great conditioner for nothing. Like I said, even when I lose, I don't lose through conditioning. And when I win, there's only one great one that I ever had that I didn't have a problem winning, and that was with a dog that was under the same key that I was using. We went 3 hours and 17 minutes in a hell of a show. A hell of a show. And it just proved my point. It definitely proved my point because I never had to my keeper's never been, I never had to test it that way. But the funny thing about it, we ran into 2 dogs under the same keep that were great dogs. And it was one hell of a show. So that's when I knew that the bulldog and what I do and what I did was definitely rectified to the point that I can do this 3 hours and 17 minutes later and looking like I did when I first started out. And I'm telling you, this was not no lay around, hang around. There wasn't a turn, out of hope, a bad move, a slow moment until we hit the 316. 316. Sad to see both dogs. We lost them, but I tried to help get mine home. But it was just put it to you like this. Dogs was in great condition. Very good condition. And I got a chance to see my conditioning in a long match. Fast, pace, rough, mano on mano. Me against me. The only thing that helped me in the end was that one little secret you don't tell everybody. You tell them, but they don't never pay attention to it because they would think it would be a crazy move to do. The point. You guys understand the point, or me hollering scratch on all my scratches? Sending them in, pointing and stuff, screaming scratch. The one little thing would, it's that one little piece. It can make a difference. If you got it in your playbook, it's for a reason it's in that playbook. Because I want every advantage that I can have, that I can put in the favor of my animal. I'm taking advantage of everything that I can see if there's an advantage to be taken. My mindset. Why would I put a dog on roids, a performance enhancing drug? Okay? Put him through such a rigorous keep where I'm controlling his threshold to where I can take his threshold and maximize it. Because I'm paying that close attention. My mindset. I have a plan. I have an objective. I have observing eyes. I'm paying attention to what I'm expecting to see on what I'm doing. Mindset of a conditioning. Okay? That's the big thing right there. Well, once you figure out my mindset, you can figure out the rest. Okay? When it comes to putting weights on my dog, from day one, he has the collar even when I put him away. But when he comes out and get ready to go to work, he's got that harness on. He's gonna have that harness on pre-walk. He's gonna have that harness on when he get on in there and when he get off. He's gonna have that harness on when we go cool down. That weight harness and that weight collar gonna be on his ass. And the only time that harness is not gonna be on his ass is when they're put away to rest. For 7 long weeks. Actually, 6. I'll let y'all figure that part out. But that's the point. Again, what am I doing to this dog's body? What is my mindset? I'm looking, I have references and resources. Okay? I have a list of everything that I'm going to feed this animal. I mean, from the pills to the supplements to the medicine to the food. I sit there with my bowling scale and I does all my weighing of everything. I put damn near a whole week to keep away at a time. And I always keep a little extra, and if I'm gonna add extra to anything I'm doing, I'm adding dog food. I'm just letting it real because they barely eat dog food. The only reason I keep my dog food in the damn food is to keep my shit firm. But it's very little dog food. I'm gonna tell you, I don't even go over 3/4 of a cup on my big ones, 1/4 cup on my little ones. The dog food. I don't know how y'all feed, but this is how I feed. I keep dog food. If I need to add on a little more weight, I add more dog food. Everything else stays the same. But I'll be able to see all that. Why? Because if you checked out my mindset of conditioner, you know why I can see all that. What's my mindset? I told you what I did. If you know my mindset, you should be able to go back and just look at the things and then start looking at what, this is why he did these things. But they'll start coming together if you literally did a mock write down of this is the things that I told you. I didn't say add any minutes to the 30 minutes. Sure did. I didn't tell you what meal to put them on. Sure didn't. I just told you what you want to do the first week. Concentrate on that one thing. I call it full goal because it'll tell you a lot. And if you take that thinking, guys, and you put that into the keep, understanding your mind frame that I'm on, you can build your own keep, really based on the things that you do. You know, because you'll get better. For the guys who don't know, it's like you got a puzzle right there in front of you. You don't have all the answers, but most of the answers is right there. Most of the answers are right there. The mindset that you setting yourself up for. Now remember, I didn't say too much about the dog. I told y'all what I say. The way the dog dance doesn't matter to me. Right? We know that. So we know that the dog abilities has nothing to do with Twin's mindset when it comes to conditioning that dog. He already used the linebacker. He could be a cornerback. Cornerbacks have cornerback drills. Quarterbacks have quarterback drills, regardless of how many quarterbacks they have to do quarterback drills. Regardless of how good they are, what's their weaknesses and their strength points, they're still doing quarterback drills. Mine was bulldog drills, regardless of who you were and what you did and how you did it. My thinking is not based on their abilities. That was answered way back there. It doesn't matter at this point where we're at right now, not in my mind frame. What did I say my focus was? Teaching the dog the drive. Not only the drive, but that intensity of drive in me. Look at the relationship we have in. If I'm doing this day after day after day, look at the relationship and the expectations that I'm asking of him. Day after day after day. You have guys that say, well, I do 3 on and 1 off. I do 4 on and 3 off. I don't do but 1 off. My 1 off consists of Sunday. Sunday's an important day. What's my mind frame? What is my mind frame? Okay, for the last 8 weeks, we rested on Sunday. When is my show? Oh, it's usually on a Saturday. So I can beat up the body all I want on Saturday. I can hit all my marks I want on Saturday because I know I'm going to be probably sore as hell. It's going to be tired as hell. But I'm going to rest real good because I ain't going to do nothing Sunday. Go out and do my norm. My schedule's still on point for us. My weight. I'm not doing no work, so there's some things that he won't have to be weighed for because he's not going to be eating. He's going to be eating, but he's not going to have any working. He's going to go through the same old regimen as if he was going to work. He just doesn't get the power drink. This is a normal day, but when it comes to him going out and then coming back, he goes back into his cage after he's weighed, after he eats. Sleeping all day. Probably was tired as hell from Saturday. But he'll be ready to go on Monday. Why? Because this is a routine. I'm on a performance-enhancing drug. You don't know what it means until you use them. And if you use them, do you take it to the extreme to really know what you're getting out of them? I was taught by some of the baddest dudes out there on how they play. And I see their advantage. I'm just being honest with you. Some great guys out there were using roids. Them powerful ass dogs was on roids. Them killers was on roids. Queen, roids. Shady Lady, roids. Samson, roids. Most of them. Bozak, all them dogs. Yellowback, all them dogs. Mayday, all them dogs. All of them. Then you know. You know, is there an argument between natural and roids? I don't even see where they come into the same category, personally. Especially when it comes to putting one in shape. Because, why would you separate a dog when we don't separate the human beings? You would be thinking that we are smarter than the dogs then. If the roids don't make no difference in the dog game, then why should it make any difference in the sporting game? And why should it even be banned in the sporting game? And what makes it any different in the dog game? Because it's not banned. And everybody said don't make a difference. And everybody said, it's just almost like there's this battle between roids. How could it ever be a battle when roids is what it is? Natural is strictly natural. Steroids is what it is. Natural, you can play in all sports. Okay? Natural, you can play in all sports. Natural is still legal in all sports, even the dog game. But performance enhancement, it's not. It's not legal in no other sport but our game. So you can't shut me down because I use them. I'm telling you, I use them. So I mean, I never even had to worry about anybody asking me, but just letting you guys know. Because most of us was using them. Not saying you're on Roy's going to guarantee a win. The Roy's don't do nothing if you ain't got the dog. Me, I know I'm coming with the dog. On the Roy's, oh, it's my mind frame. My mentality on me, the conditioner. Okay? I'm putting it on them. I'm on performance enhancement. I'm understanding what a threshold and what a recovery look like, especially when I'm on a performance enhancement drug. I'm supposed to know what the hell I'm supposed to be seeing. Let's go back to the conditioner and his mindset. You know, going hard mean going hard. I mean going hard really do mean going hard. You're thinking of the mindset. Again, Marine. Why is it the Marine Corps the only branch of the service that once we leave our boot camp, that we have an opportunity to go in any other branch, and when we decide that we want to change branches, we can go to the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, we can go anywhere we want and don't have to go to their boot camp. Just go ahead and sign us in and put us in. But can't none of them come into the Marine Corps. Can't none of them leave a branch and come into the Marine Corps without going through a Marine Corps boot camp. Every officer that wears a bar on a collar was trained by a Marine. Quantico, officers training, Marine. There's a purpose and a mindset set in our United States government that's marked by their military branch called United States Marines. Again, I'm always going to bring you back to the mindset of how they think and how they use us. So why would I not have any other different mindset than what they didn't put in me, the government? And they gonna say they ain't screwed me up? I don't call it being screwed up. I just used the same mentality they gave me and used it on my Spartans. You understand what I'm saying? It worked on me. And guess what? Guess what? It worked on my dogs. The mindset. The mindset. They trained us to be killers. They gave us the weapons to kill with. They gave us the food. They gave us the training, the grueling training, the crazy ass missions, the impossibles. But they was always driving on your mental thinking. The will to be successful, regardless of what it was and how hard it was to get. They gave us a hunger. You think I didn't have that hunger when I would have my mindset when I was being a conditioner? I done seen a lot of keeps. They all look, as long as you get the results, this is the thing. But if you really want to know what helped me win, you didn't heard other guys sit there and tell you they didn't use my keep and why they was winning, why they believe in it. Okay? Everybody had each their own, but for those who used it, you know, they did what I did. They did the things that I did, and it worked for them. It's the concept and what's the mindset. The most important thing is the mindset on what you're doing. Dog now got to do his part, but you got to put it there for him to do it with. You got to have discipline. You have to be just as motivated as your dog. You know, you got to set them slots and times off, man, where you, the family, they can come around, but you can't go around them. 8 weeks is you know, it's a time and a moment for me because I take that shit serious. Very serious. I mean, on the minute. On the minute. On the minute. A routine. You know, still, everybody's not a Marine. Okay? And everybody has never been, you know, everybody has not been trained by the Marines or by a Marine. Okay? So your mindset won't be as deep and extreme. But if you go in with that mindset, understanding what I'm telling you, because you're not the one going through it. The dog is. Now I'm telling you, if you put that dog through a Marine mindset and do the things that I said, you'll figure this keep out. And wouldn't even have to ask me what to feed them. Or how long to leave them on there. Or what do you do the whole 8 weeks? There's a whole lot that I do that in the 8 weeks. With the mindset that I'm taking you on, you know what I'm saying? Most of y'all won't get past the first week. Until you figure out what happened in the first week, then those who hasn't figured out, you won't get it. You know, the first week tells you the mindset that I was looking for. If anybody's ever lifted weights, what happens the first time you start lifting weights? First time you start lifting weights. We ain't talking about the pre-lift. We talking about when you really go in there and have the pain. And the muscles is hurting. What's the next day gonna look like? After you've done all that damage. And then on top of that, what about the day after that? You've done all that damage. And then the day after that, and this nigga still asking for more? You still want more? Yes. You know why? Because I'm concentrating on the drive. If you got your dog's mind set on that drive, he'll forget about the shit that you're doing to his body. It's your responsibility to make sure that his body can take it. I never change. The drive never changes. I'm concentrating and enhancing the drive to, I'm trying to turn him into a pure, all-out crazy ass hunter. Their mindset to be able to go through the pain and the tired, and I still want it. Yeah, we get that ugly in there. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Dog that quit on me in the keep, ain't but one dog that I know that quit on me in the keep that turned out to be still, that couldn't nobody beat it. I'm gonna tell you, I think a lot of it had to do with his keep. But the dog, he quit on me in the keep. And when I say he quit on me in the keep, when you quit on me in the keep, I'm gonna put something in front of you just to make damn sure that when I see you and gave up that drive, I put something in front of him. And I'm not looking for the concentration on what caused him to drive. But the concentration on the motivating, and now that ain't there, but guess what the most important thing is in front of you. What is your drive on that? Now that you're so tired, you don't even want to go after your favorite toy, or your favorite object, or your favorite movement. Okay? And he didn't answer the bell. Okay? Now, the same dog went in and beat Mr. Lincoln at all four. Okay? Just letting you know. He wasn't as good as Mr. Lincoln, but he was conditioned better than Mr. Lincoln. Because he came in with a concept, the game plan, whether it be Brett the linebacker, or break the linebacker. They both had the same objective that was set forth. It did not change in their making and planning from the condition. He outpaced him. Dog was better than him, but he outpaced him. He forced him to do something he was not prepared to do. See, when he hit the wall, my boy was just getting started. Same with Brat. Pretty Mama had a way with herself. Buck Rogers. Cycle. These dogs would go in and they beat you to death with the pace. They want the pace. They've been groomed for the pace. Their drivers at a high intensity, fast pace. Their body has been brutally put through a level of threshold and recovery and replacing with all the right shit with this performance enhancement. I was very hard to beat because I outpaced everybody. When you got very rough dogs, they can jump out there and run one down that quick and that hard and take advantage of, that they see you slowing down, and while they still got it, they're going to be turning up. The only one that I ever seen that liked to play around the hour mark, and she didn't have to do it but twice, but we saw it as a pattern after her third one, and that was Mama. She was one of those. She was one of them ones you could not beat her. It's one of the ones you could not beat her under an hour. Got it. Yeah. It's one of them ones you couldn't beat her under an hour. But she liked it so much that she wouldn't even want to beat you until after an hour. She was a totally different dog. Like, I can tell you, at the hour mark, everything changed. She didn't work that way. That was just her way when it came to her turn to doing what she did. She just had a way with the way she did things. Maybe she didn't like to get out of there quick. I don't know. But she looked totally different at the hour mark than she did the first hour. I mean, she did. She would make a good show look great because her comeback. Maybe she won 2 Best in Shows and 2 Gamison shows. How do you pull that off? And to me, it was not a pull off. It was something that she done. She make you look good. She was already bold, hard ass, strong as hell. So you couldn't put her down, but she would make you work. And you have to work to keep her off of you. But she would run you down and she was on good dogs. But when it comes to that hour mark, while you were right there at that point where it's at that hour mark where the Bulldog game start. Once the game start, it usually start around the hour. If if you go through most grueling shows, the pace and the ability usually they end quick. Not everybody goes into a show and be expected to go an hour. I didn't go an hour a lot. I went over an hour, it wasn't shortly after that. Because, once you put it all in and you got the right animal, winning wasn't hard for us. It was the joy of sitting back, watching the work that we put in do what it do. Now, people can talk shit about us, but one thing for damn sure, we enjoy winning and we enjoy watching the win and how we win and the way we win. It's hard to say my keep ain't shit. It really is. And I say that because when you see it at work, you can see it works for any dog that you put it on. Anybody that says that they do their dogs all different, I can say that too. I can say everything about doing something different, but it would not have anything to do with she's a linebacker, he's a linebacker, they're doing linebacker drills. He's a bulldog, he's doing bulldog drills. Flat out, everybody goes through the same routine. The only difference in that routine is everybody don't recover at the same time. Everybody don't threshold it. The only thing that's different, people.
Outcome is always going to be
the outcome is going to be the same. Because I'm going to take them thresholds or however they are, and I'm going to increase them. I'm going to maximize my threshold. I'm going to minimize my recovery. I'm going to have a lot more maximum threshold. That means I'm going to be able to go in there when everybody else be screaming, man, why you pushing him so fast? Why you pushing your dog, man? Let him go. Let him work, man. No. Nope. Because I'm guaranteeing what I'm getting ready to do, my boy been there before. Have you one of them guys that 4 days on and 3 days off type guys? Are you one of them guys that maybe get 4 or 5 days in a week and, you give another 4 days of rest? Or you guys that take, halftime quarter breaks during the heat, during the workouts and nice little walks and, those. I mean, I'm looking for those. I'm hoping that they're doing that. Really am. Look at my mentality. Look at what I'm saying. Look what I did. I'm increasing and enhancing on major pieces. Threshold, recovery, and drive. Win matches. They win matches. You ain't heard me one time talk about the dog, because we ain't talking about the dog. I'm talking about me and my mentality as a conditioner. Right? Yeah, I haven't read these messages. I haven't seen the messages. But I'm gonna tell you, I had to go back to that 3 hours and 17. I would have to say that was the final receipt for me. And I wasn't there by myself. So what happened that day, like I said, there's receipts to what happened that night. If you had seen what we saw that day, with a dog, with two of them playing together, harder than you ever want to see somebody play. And the things that they did, at the pace that they did it, and then to come back and say, twin, that dog was on your key. Then I knew why we were still there all night. One, they had a good dog, and two, they had a good key. And there's guys out there who can tell you the story better than I can. You just find them and they'll tell you themselves. Probably one of the best shows, that anybody was a witness to would tell you. Two badass, swinging everything in elbows, gave everything they had, and had a lot to give. But I ran over there and got mine. My scratch to win was a going hard scratch to win.
Last scratch was
like the first scratch. So that was my my stamp to myself. You don't look for that to happen, especially with him. He was beating 2-time winners in 19 and 20 minutes. This is what we was calling. We called him on two-time winners. The best dog I ever seen on him was Dum Dum. That's Deep South champion Dum Dum, and he was 11 months old. He became a champion up to what we saw that day. I knew he was going to be a champion. Yeah, a young dog doing the things with a veteran that this dog was, and he was. You can stop a 2-time winner. Yeah, we seen a puppy go with him some good time, chopped up and all. But guess what? Puppy wasn't playing. Puppy was not playing, and he became a champion. But again, that was the first time that I ever had to see, Mikey actually put to a test. I never had to see it put to a test no other way. If I lost, I usually lose. Like the ones that I can honestly say I did lose, it was a better dog. 2 that I can honestly say had nothing to do with the better dog. This too old of a dog and doing the wrong thing with the dog. It had nothing to do with his conditioning. It would be Judo and Roger Ramsey. Judo and Roger Ramsey. Judo, my first time ever doing a dog, and Roger Ramsey doing him when I knew he was sick. And then the other one was doing him against a dog that was 7 pounds bigger than him. Same thing I did with Judo, but Roger, he came in on weight. The dog was just like 6-7 pounds over. They had nothing to do with the conditioning. Still got a good show out of both times, but still at a disadvantage. Okay? Outside of that right there, everything else, it's ain't too many more losses after those, but, I seen, don't forget, Slim Shady. Dog I told you to quit during the keep, but remember I told you about one. He never did quit, in the show. Because he was good enough, the keep was good enough to not push him to the threshold that I seen him at when he did quit. Yeah, I've never seen a dog in the show, and he was a 2-time winner. I don't know if he ever became champion, but I know he ran 2. And one was Mr. Link, and the other one, I don't know, I think it was some Divine or one of them guys, but I'm not for sure. But I know Mr. Link one definitely, because I handled and conditioned him on that. And again, never had a dog to sit there and put him to that threshold because they could never keep up with him. You could be better than him, but his push was more like putty mamas. One, they're too strong. You're not going to push him around. If anything, you're going to be wasting your time trying to dig into him, and that's what they want you to do. They want you to tire yourself out. And that's what they did. They waited their time to tire you out because they had a threshold that maybe they figured out as animals and knew how to use it to their advantage. Because once they kicked in, they was totally different. Now they're looking like barnstormers. They know how to go in there, and once you get tired, they know how to take you out. You're not coming back up. They're not going to let you back up because they're going to keep putting the pressure, and you're going to be tired, and they're going to push you through your threshold and take advantage of it and not give you a chance to catch up. And that's how they won. And neither one of them lose. And like I said, Pretty Mama got game this and Best in Show over Brat. Doing the same old thing. So I put a lot to the keep because I put a lot to the mentality of what I did in the keep. The discipline I had on time. Everything in order. In case something goes wrong, I can't be there, nothing stops. The expectations that I'm looking for to the point that how do you not know your dog's threshold after always looking for it? And if you're marking it down, remember I just told you what happens on week 1, you're supposed to take all the way to week 8. If you can figure out week 1, you can put your good keep together. The most important week to me was week 1. Because, 6 days of that right there, the dog figured out real quick, this is going to be some shit.
It increases.
It increases. Right. Every week it increases. It gets even worse. But we get to these points because, again, guys, I was using performance enhanced
can't tell them, man. Like week, what, 7? They running 3 hours or 6 miles an hour.
Look, man, I'm just give you. We peak out. What I mean by peaking, coming back down. Okay. But my max, I can do a dog off the electric mill 10 miles in an hour and a half. I can put him out there on the road and have him back. If I'm on a four-wheeler or a motorized bike, because my feet, I can't pedal fast enough. But I can take a moped, a scooter, a four-wheeler, and run 10 miles just like I did on that treadmill, the electric mill, in less than an hour and a half. Yeah. You go out there and take your dog, join the keeper. Let me see you run your dog out there and try to get back and run a 10 mile in an hour and a half and see what kind of running you got to do. That's right. I used to cut 3 hours on a slat mill. I tell you, you know how I measure a slat mill? I measure a slat mill by 30 minutes. I take him off the mill. He should be standing there, not even breathing. I should be able to put him back on the mill and sting his ass right back out there. He should be ready to run another 30 minutes in the same pace, the same intensity for a whole nother hour, come right back off the mill and maybe take one deep breath and then go right back to just standing. No breathing hard, no, none of that. None of that. We done had 6 hard weeks of that shit, and an hour is nothing. Nothing to what their body's been put through. An hour is an easy day. So when they come off at week 6, that last day, that's their max. That's their max. They're peaking out. Then they go through a whole week. I'm peaking down. By Friday and Saturday, they're not doing anything. So that means going into week 8, they're not doing anything the whole fucking week. They're walking and doing them 6 visits on and off. On and off.
Losing no weight.
No losing no weight. I got complete control of everything. Why? Because I have my calendar. Nothing has changed because I never stopped writing shit down. Think about the mentality and the mindset. And the coach, the conditioner. What do you think I'm literally looking at doing this? That I'm telling you, this is what it looks like by the time I get there on Saturday. Look how much time that I used to put my shit back together to pick it into the perfect conditioned animal. He ain't muscled all up, roared it all out. Too much shit going on from that. Too much pace movement. Still got to remember about that big ass weight harness and weight collar he got on his neck. What you think he gonna be feeling like when that shit come off? What you think's going on in week 7 as he's peaking out? We ain't got to wear that shit no more. His body feeling like, wow. Feeling light as hell.
Right, motherfucker.
Drive is like, oh my God. And they ain't got to work that hard. I know he beat the body up. He's feeling light as hell. Okay? Everything's cut in half. By Friday and Saturday, he ain't doing shit. So he don't understand. He's been having a great week. He's feeling good as hell. And then he gets to sit back and rest all week long. All the way up to show day. Look at all that rest. Look at all that put back together shit. I gotta get a pound on that one. Okay. Now I don't understand. Once you get the mindset of what I'm thinking and what I'm doing, and I gave you the puzzle. You learn the first week, you'll be able to do the next week. On the concept of understanding how important that weight, how important that paying attention and understanding your threshold and understanding your drive and your recovery times. You understand how to take those things and build on them. Don't be scared. See, I was determined because I was still, that's why I could never understand y'all argument about the roids. I mean, how in the hell can you compare the two? Guys is using them and can sit there and don't have the kind of argument that I have about them, and this is nice and easy. As if it was so equally, then why is everyone else out there banning this shit but us? And being that they're not banned with us, who cares? Ain't nobody walk up to me, twin. You on road tonight? But nigga, you know me. You already know. you know, twin. They ain't on me on roads anyway. But I'm gonna tell you something. I said there's a whole lot of them out there. Them great ones. Them great ones. All them ones on road.
Wasn't heating up, burning out.
You don't see one going in there smashing one, and you just wonder, you know, he just has great hair. He just has great hair. And cut up and not pull too tight, but just cut up, he's on roids. I'm not saying roids can't be beat. I'm just saying that you putting roids in the right kennel's hands, and a lot of these great kennels out here had roids in their repertoire, are great kennels today because they had the ability to know how to use roids and take the dogs they was using those roids on and win with them. You know, for you guys that did a lot of natural and your dogs won naturally, I ain't saying nothing bad about y'all. I ain't saying y'all can't win. I'm just telling you, you know, I won with a whole lot more than I lost, and I was on roids. And I can name off a whole bunch more kennels that can sit there and say the same thing about them. And they were on roids, and I'll be able to say the exact same thing. A lot of you guys are breeding to these very same dogs. A lot of them was on roids. A lot of them, most of them. You know, it's all good to do natural. I'm not saying that it's nothing wrong with natural. But if I can get away when everybody else is banned, I ain't banned. I'm gonna be a Barry Bonds. Shit. Keep it real with you. I'm Barry. I'm gonna tell you, I use it. Can't get around it. Okay? But it's not banned, so it's not really a big conversation in the dogs to me. Especially amongst real, you know, veteran dog men, you know, who wants to argue roids is nothing and I can beat a dog on roids and, you know, but then, you know, when you start doing the, you know, the numbers, you know, a lot of these great kennels was using roids. They just wasn't telling y'all. I didn't tell everybody. I didn't really tell nobody until the guys who wanted to learn it. I told them that I used it, and they were like, well, let me try it. You know, now, they can do the same keep without roids, but they're not going to get the same result. Try that shit without roids, okay? And all it is doing the same thing, observation, and writing this shit down. It's going to tell you right off the bat that there's performance enhancements showing up in this shit. Going to be. It's supposed to be. No? Now, other than that, I'm going to go down to these chats, y'all. Give me a few seconds and see if there's any questions. I see a butt twin here and a butt twin there. Let me go to the questions, guys, and let me answer any questions you have. But let's keep in mind, this is what I did, so I can't go back and change shit. I can only tell you what I did. Now, if there's some other advice, I mean, that can help somebody else, you know, you're in the chat room, and I'm hoping they're reading your chat. But, you know, to ask me, you know, well, what if you'd I'd have been like, well, I don't know. But could you had a, maybe so. Okay. Okay. Mr. Carr, I see it says twin. Wasn't that yellow style? He would let you sling his big ass around until you got tired. Then like a light switch, he would rise up and wreck your ass. Well, exactly. But that's exactly, you're exactly right. That's a style. That's a style. You're right, Carr. Because that's how Pretty Mama was. Exactly like that. He was they'd be too strong to do damage because they knew how to stay out the way, but they kept you active. They didn't let you, you know, they didn't sit there and let you just do all kinds of shit. No, they did things to make you, if you don't do this, I'm going to press on you and to make you do this, and then I'm going to lie back just enough to let you just work yourself to death trying to get me. And then as soon as your ass get to slowing down, it seems like they just know it. And then they kick into a third gear, and then once they take off, you might have that moment where you think you got a chance to get a recovery up. No, it'd be too late. You getting pounded. I mean, damn, Yellow did it so easily, and he did it with time behind him. So those who thought Yellow was anything like a smasher, kill one quick, that dog, he wasn't. He hung around and let you put all you could put in and always had enough to come back in there and finish you off. That's why he's Grand Champion Yellow. And yes, Pretty Mama was the exact same way. Okay, hold on, fellas. I gotta, let me see if I can get the chats up. Is you reading them in? Because I'm catching up here. Hold on. Natural beast juice, 8 out of 10 times, seriously, if it's a serious condition. Natural beach. Is that beach juice? Let me see. Roman versus streetcar, no contact. You're right. You done drag the pass off the motherfucker. Okay, I'm reading up chats, okay, fellas? So I'm laughing at some of these. Okay, let's see. End up hunting the dog. You're right, Dredd. Dredd says you will end up hurting your dog and paying forfeit. You gotta have some sense of what you're doing. Thank you, Dredd. Now, Dredd, take this as a point. Remember I said in week 1, remember I told you exactly what goes on in week 1. When you say that, right, remember this. How they gonna mess up if they got the calendar right there in front of them? If they doing everything I just said, just for week 1 and said carry through everything you do, make sure you stay disciplined to that. They're not supposed to mess up, are they, Dredd? But if they go and play this thing by ear, what do you think's gonna happen, Dredd? How do you know how do you even know your dog's threshold if you ain't got control of it because you don't know what it is? Yeah, I'm looking at it every day. I'm looking at it every day. The threshold and the recovery, every day. There's no way I can hurt my dog if I'm sitting up here with data. If I'm sitting here with data showing you what I'm getting day for day for day for day, how can I hurt you?
Knowing you increasing it.
Knowing what you're asking. Mindset. My mindset. You cannot leave one thing out. In my mindset, it's clearly telling you you don't skip shit and you don't leave shit out. Because you're right, you can't hurt your dog if you don't know what the hell you're doing. Especially if you ain't paying attention to what I just said. Because I said a lot to protect you from hurting the dog. Because like I said, in the first week, A good novice dog man will figure out everything I said in the first week to be able to do whatever you need to do in the next goddamn 7 weeks. Because it works that way. For me, it did. I seen everything. I see everything all the way through. Yes, I use an electric mill. I use a four-wheeler. I use a bicycle, and I use a slap mill. It's just the days when I use them. But either way, look at all the different things. Why did I use so many different things? Again, what's the mentality? What's the mindset? Why do you think that I use all three of those apparatuses? The road work, the electric, the slap.
Body fucked up.
Constantly beating the body up. But I got the right shit going in them. Can't beat the body up if you ain't putting the right shit in, because it's going to show you. You're going to see it. But when you're doing all the right shit, you're going to see this shit like it's written in writing. It's like down there, you can pick up my keep and look at the results, and then at the end of it, put a W. Okay? I had a lot of those, a whole sheet, a whole key. I used to keep them. Click, click, put a W. Guess what? Guess what? I stopped keeping them. I came up to the conclusion that by me keeping them would cause me trouble. And that's why I started burning them and throwing them away. Because in my mind, I had to figure, I came to a conclusion to myself is I don't need them. It's already upstairs. I can grab me a table calendar and sit there and write out a football game plan. Literally sit out and write the whole damn thing out. This is how this game gonna go. That's what we're gonna do. And execute it. So there was no need for me to be going back to grabbing something because I used to have my souvenirs. You know, yeah, this is her key here. Yeah, this is everything she did. I used to have Mamas, Buck Rogers. I had Cycles, Mikey's, Judos. I had a couple of them. Thank God I got rid of them. Sure is. Thank God I got rid of them, because that was the kind of shit that I didn't want to see in my house. That's the kind of shit would probably cause me some trouble. Now, I'm glad I came to that conclusion because of the mindset. You know what I mean? It was a mindset that I had. Is, you know, I could never want to use them for reference. You know what I'm saying? Then it got to the point where, you know, I didn't want to share the keep that much to be able to, you know, take my keeps and give them to people and let them look at what I did with these dogs in their careers. I had all three of Mamas. I had all three of Brats. I actually used to have them with my sporting dog champion certificate.
In this car.
Do you feel anyone with a naturally kept dog could beat you with steroids back then? I wouldn't know if they was on them or not. That's the question. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I can't ask the guys that literally that I did lose to. You know, I can't really say they was on roids. You know what I mean? Because like I said, the losses that I did take were definitely, you know, the only one I can honestly say that I lost would have been Lock and Low. Lock and Low, he beat me. Came in there, he punched me so hard now. I know he was on roid. That mother broke that whole dog's chest. On the opening scratch, broke his chest. That dog couldn't even stand on his front legs. But, you know, I never knew if they were on roids or if they were natural. You know, they still lost regardless. You know, I just never asked the question because it wasn't a question to ask. You know what I mean? It's a good question. But, you know, it's not a normal question to ask any dog man because I don't know what they were on. You know, one thing for a fact, I'm telling y'all, you know, I know a lot of the badass killers, you know, that use roids.
Roids don't do nothing, you guys, but help a person.
It's a performance enhancement.
It gives a body a chance to take on more than it could take without.
Right.
That's it.
Right. And it gives a better recovery. You got to control the roids. The roids is a performance enhancement, bottom line. You can't take too much away from that, and you can't take too much into that. You know? I mean, come on. I mean, it's not the fact, can roids beat me? No, I don't think roids could beat anybody naturally. I mean, roids can beat anybody naturally. That's why they're banned in sports. So when you ask that question, let's keep it off the dogs and let's look at it as a whole. You understand what I'm saying? If it didn't matter in a dog, well, then it shouldn't matter in humans or in any sport. But they do. And that's why they're banned. So that would be my answer to that question. You know, I don't think, you know, I never knew who was on what or what. You know, but you give me a good dog and you give me some roids, I'm going to be very, very hard to beat. And if you come in with roids, you still got to deal with the key. So it didn't make me no damn difference either way. My mindset was set on my dog. And what I had to do to have my dog get peak conditioning. But my consideration of what peak conditioning was. So, like I said, it did more good than it ever did bad. Way more good. And then I got a chance to sit in other people's hands and watch their dog become champions on the same kind of keeps. Okay? You done heard two guys that got champions. A couple of them, one of them got a couple of champions. They both got champions, but they tell you, to this day they use the keep. Because it's a hard keep. It does a lot. But once you figure it out, okay, you will see. What you ain't never tried or experienced, you have all the reason and well-being to have doubt. But when I conditioned my dog, I didn't care what you bought. First of all, I didn't care about your dog because I'm not doing fighting. Okay. Second thing, I didn't care what you did with your keep and how you did your keep. It didn't matter to me at all. I had very little concern about that. So if you won, you won. If you lost, then, you know, I know why you lost, you know, because I had a better dog. Not because I was on roids. I didn't look at it like that. You know, and yes, you can see the difference. And I can tell you, I can see the difference between my shows and guys that were on roids in their dogs, in their great dogs. I can see the difference. I could always see the difference. I could always see the difference. I didn't see the difference when guys, you know, when guys and tried to put roids on their dogs and it don't seem to be working out right. Come in there humping the dog, dig all out, run hot quicker than a motherfucker. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? And the first thing you hear people holler, man, I shouldn't have used them roids. I mean, or you hear, man, you must have been using roids. Okay, what the hell do roids have to do with that shit? Doing it wrong, you can do a lot of things if you're using roids and you're not doing the right thing. But definitely, guys, it's the mentality and the thinking. If you get that part straight in your head, because remember, what was the main thing I said about anything when it came down to that damn dog? Everything boiled behind his drive. Everything else I'm putting in him. Everything else that I'm expecting from him is his focus on me and the drive that I'm asking for. I done turned him into a psycho. I turn all my dogs into psychos. So when they get to that box, they are psychologically gone. They feel so damn good. They feel so damn strong. I done seen some remarkable moves. I done seen one walk the wall like he was the Matrix. I seen one bend his head over his back and throw a motherfucker from reaching behind him. Turn his head back this way. Got a motherfucker and flipping his ass, bringing his ass right around that way. No, reach over his back. Snatch him motherfucker. And bring his ass back. And I mean, literally flipped him back in front of him. And pounded him. So I see remarkable things, you know, because I know what kind of dogs I'm bringing. And you put that kind of work into them, my expectation is I've never been disappointed. I know, I mean, I'm just telling you what I did. You know? I don't think it was never easy to go into me. I think I could get the same results naturally, but why would I want to do something naturally? Not knocking naturally, but I'm still trying to take every inch. Y'all don't want to take that little extra piece. I get a whole bunch of, if I had an advantage, and all that advantage gave me was a pebble, then you best believe I'm trying to get 20 pebbles that have a bigger advantage than that one little pebble that's giving me that little bit of advantage. I want advantages in everything. You just don't understand me when I say I took advantage of everything that was left open to me. Guys, you just don't know how far I went. You have to understand, I took advantage in every aspect of the game, inside that walls, inside that keep, and inside taking care of them, the way I raised them. Everything boiled down into the final factor, and that was time to prove yourself. Time to show your ass for going hard kennels. That's for real. And I took every advantage that I had. I didn't care. I was going to use Roy's because Roy's was already banned in the sport. Why wouldn't I be using them? That's all I felt. I mean, that was just plain and simple for me.
What about the training part?
The training part was, shoot, don't nobody train their dog. Okay. Ain't nobody train their dog pointing shit out like I am. I'm training Pitbull like he's trying to put him in obedience school, but I am. I need your ass to hear me and do what I tell you. Because that's an advantage. I ain't going to just be sitting up there screaming in the air, trying to keep your height. No, I'm going to be screaming in the air, staying focused, and me and you going to whoop his ass together. You might miss something that I see. I want you to be able to know what I'm telling you to do. It only takes us 6 weeks to really obedience train a dog. You put a dog in an 8-week keeping, what the hell you think, man? You gonna that's an advantage to me. Can I teach a dog how to slow down on the mirror if I choose to? Man, I have no idea. I have no inklings in doing any of that. I'm gonna make sure that I put his body through this shit where it becomes naturally all fixed up on its own. Because the body fixes itself. And if you give the body the things it needs to fix itself, it's not only gonna fix itself, it's gonna make itself even tougher to take on the punishment that you're doing to it. And the body will keep rebuilding and keep building. You continue to do that if you know what you're doing. I hope I made myself clear on that one, right? I mean, that's it. Hey, what up, Twin? What's up there, PG412? What's up there, provocative bully? What's up, baby? You see, I'm still going through the chat, y'all. See if there's anything in here I need to answer.
Put this right here on the phone, right? Answer that question.
The last time I checked, the Marines don't juice. They just use hard work and intelligence and bravery.
But they were working on your body.
Well, but see here, let me see. The last thing I remember when it comes to Marines, no, we did not use juice. We didn't have to because it wasn't a physical thing. It was more of a mental thing. You know what I'm saying? Remember, last I remember, you can't use juice in baseball and football. It doesn't change your aggression. right? Marine's aggression has nothing to do with juice. When you speak on about a Marine and juice, you know, a Marine's mentality up here is what makes our body do what the things it does and our physical needs and what we ask for our bodies to do. You know, that's what the Marines do. We don't need juice. But in the dog game, juice is not a legal drug. And yes, I would use my Marine mentality, because if I was a Marine and wanted to be on juice to make myself better, I'd have been using fucking juice. All right? When I wanted to build my body up and I got strong, I used juice. So I've been on juice and I've been a big ass dude before. Not no monster. I'm already small, but believe me, at 61 years old, guys, I'm not no weak dude. I'm a small dude, but I still got my cuts.
300-pound club, baby.
Never weighed over 150. Was doing 315. Things that happened to my body was because they said I was lifting too much over my weight. That's when I was on juice, though, with that Marine mentality. So I know what a Marine can do when he's on juice. That's why I can expect that same thing out of my dogs. Because I know what it did for me when I was on juice. And I worked this and put myself to the same dedication I put my dog for when they was in key. You know, did I get better enhancement? Yes, because it was a performance enhancement drug. When I went to prison, there was no juice, and I still got big, but not big as I did when I was on juice. But I got big enough for you to understand that, you know, my physique as a small frame person, I can put muscles on without juice, and I can put muscles on quicker with juice. That's the track. That's the facts. So which way would I prefer? Well, I prefer using juice so I can get it out the way quicker and get bigger quicker and better quicker and recover quicker. So the Marine mentality has nothing to do with that. If we was allowed to use juice, I guarantee you every jarhead in there would use it. Especially for what we were trying to do. We want an edge. That's where it come from. Why you think we're so physically built? And the way they make us so physically built. And our mentality to stay physically built. You know what I mean? I hope I answered your question.
You answered the statement.
Oh, the statement. Okay, but that was a statement. It's called, Pitbull say it's called intestinal fortitude in the core. Yes, sir. What's the downsides? What are the negatives of using juice? Thank you in advance. Here's the negative to the juice, fellas. The same kind of the negatives to me that I've seen in human use, I've seen in animal use. You know, one thing for damn sure, I got puppies out of everybody who was on juice. Okay? I'm gonna let you know. Now, maybe we weren't meant to be going out there to public study and all that shit, which I was never no fan of anyway. But my match dogs, they all had litters. So one thing it did not do, it did not stop me from having puppies. From every single one of them. But the effects, there are effects. I mean, mine maybe was minimal. Because, see, I use after drugs to offset my usage. You have to understand something. Why would I want to get, here's the thing. Okay. There's a way you use roids. And the way I used them, I only used them for working. There's a 7-week piece in there. Remember I told you where I'm peaking out? But in that whole time of peeking out, the dog is not on roids. That's number one. He's not on roids. Okay, when we peeking out, the show is basically, he don't have nothing in him. There might be traces, but he's not doing anything for me to use him. But when I get time to get ready to use him, that final week when he's sitting there resting and chilling all week, what do you think happened when I gave him that little booster? It was off a hold, now I'm back on. Then I go in there and go hunting on Saturday. The body gonna absorb it. That body gonna absorb that shit, and it's gonna hit that dog on Saturday like you know, it all just comes together. That's all. It all comes together. The mentality, guys. The mentality will have you sitting down there with that calendar and figuring all that shit out. Trial and error. The most important thing in the whole thing is to pay attention to what you're doing and make sure that if something goes wrong, you should be able to go back on those days and see where it happened at. No way in the hell you're supposed to be getting down to the final days and your dog then dropped, or your dog then dried out, or your dog is still 3 pounds overweight. But now you got to figure out how to get it off in the next 72 hours type shit. You know, we don't run into them kind of problems. We control mechanically basically everything that was pertaining to that dog because we see it, we write it down, we have references. I can literally tell you exactly by looking at my notes. I can tell you if I'm not increasing. Something's wrong. Why? Because I'm not increasing. My threshold hasn't gotten better. My recovery hasn't gotten better. Am I supposed to wait all the way up to week 8 to see that the recovery was weak, the threshold was terrible? Hell no. When I got reference showing me that I'm catching this shit in 2 days. Common sense for me. How in the hell is it supposed to take me a whole week into something to find out that, oh, something wrong with my dog? I didn't have those kind of problems. I didn't make them kind of mistakes. Okay. Okay, let me see. What's up, man? Look. Pit Dog, what's up, fellas? Rack City, what's up? Hey, Kennels, what's up, bro? Hey, Bo and them. Hey, good questions, bro. I hope I got it across to you. You know, you got to take it, man, and treat it like that puzzle I told you. You might not understand it right now. You know what I mean? Because it's like a seed. It's only something that's been planted. Now you have to sit there and look at that seed, and you are the water. If you can understand that seed, you can make it grow. You can make it grow as much as you want it to grow, as long as you keep putting water, your knowledge, to what you found out by that seed.
My ass, did we ever do natural? Yeah. BA.
Yeah, we did BA and them.
You did tell them it's the natural.
Yeah, we did natural before. We had BA and blood in them. Them dogs was on natural. Solo, she was a natural. Dusty was a natural. She went 205.
Natural.
But I swear to God, if Dusty was on him, I would have killed that piece of shit. But she wasn't a piece of shit because Husky was a badass dog. She was definitely bad. I can't say nothing bad about Husky. He'd be just two good dogs. It's just we learned. You know, if I thought there wasn't a difference, guys, I wouldn't have never stuck with the roids. You know, I'm just telling y'all. I mean, how can I not stick with a performance enhancement and it's not illegal to use? That's the thing. Would I advise you guys to use them? Only if you knew how. I mean, you can't not say it's not an advantage when in everything, in every sport out there is telling you. From biking to rowboating to tennis, you cannot use any informed performance enhancement for a reason. You better come in here and beat us with your natural gift, not your performance enhancement gift. You have to look at that, guys, and take that same concept and attitude and put it in the game where there is no rules to it. And because there's no rules to it, doesn't change the fact that is still a performance enhancement that's banned in everybody else's sport but ours. For a reason. Everything illegal. Might as well use it, you know. But you're right, Dread. I mean, it's, to me, I just said, man, my mentality and thinking, if you can put it together like it's a puzzle, because all the answers, you probably have to replay this thing again and really listen to what I'm saying, because I said a lot inside all that, guys, and a lot of it you really didn't notice. If you did notice, good. But if you didn't notice, you would have noticed the dog had nothing to do with the shit. Outside the fact that what was his threshold? What was his recovery? What was his drive? That's it. That's it. You didn't hear me say nothing about, oh, he's a back end and he has a certain way he do this and do that, so I got to do this and do that because he's going to be doing this. Hell.
Ain't discussed no food, no supplements. Nothing.
No food, no supplements. I mean, you can do whatever you want to do. You know, it's just what works for you. You know, I ain't gonna tell you what worked for me, because I'm still talking about the mentality and the thinking that goes into a conditioner's mind when he's writing out his conditioning, when he conditions his dog. You know what I mean? I went a little further than most of the guys that you great conditioners and guys that wrote books and did all kind of shit. I done did something a little different. I came right in telling y'all. You know, ain't got too much to do with the dog. I don't take my dog off the thing. I done told you a lot of shit that you're gonna read. A lot of great dogs done. Doesn't make them that what they was doing was wrong. I'm just telling y'all what I did and the results that I got out of it. You know what I mean?
Can't change that.
No, can't change it. It is what it is. That shit is done and over with, but this is what happened, and this is what we was doing, and it makes sense why I was doing it. That's for damn sure. See, you're gonna peek out too fast on one machine. That's right. It work the whole body, build drive, keep him from getting bored. That's right, Dread. See, I don't have to, all I gotta do is y'all just keep reading the threads, because the Dread is making, he's telling you, he definitely doing, what can I say? I don't want to be just sitting here in the camera, but, you know, doing something that somebody's in the chat doing. I mean, it's his show right now, because everything that I hear him saying, it's like now I don't need to say nothing. He's like a receipt that he can fill in those gaps. And he's making sense doing what he's doing. So I don't know what to tell you outside of you read the chat. I mean, I'm reading the chat. Give me a few minutes. Can I read the chat with y'all? Good shit being said. Another good job, Dreadlock. Here you go. You're 100%. Dreadlock say in week 1, you should find out all the tell signs. After that's up to you if you're paying attention. 100% correct. Thank you, Dreadlock. You are 100% correct. You heard exactly what I was saying when I said you should be able to figure out everything after the first week. And you're dead on point. Good job. Thank you for saying it. Okay, thank you for saying it, because I'd rather see these guys read it and not hear it from me, because there's guys out here that really know what I'm talking about, and that really helps me help you guys. And that's right there. Is that Regina? Yeah, you're right, bro. You're definitely cheating your dog. And I wouldn't even say cheating him. I would call that more of a misjustice. You know what I mean? It's not a cheat, but it's still unfair. Yeah, so I would go with that cheat. It just sounds so much rougher than the unfair, because it's unfair to do something to a dog if you don't know what you're doing. Because the damage, if you don't understand it, you're going to do damage. And then you're going to try to fix it up, and then you're going to really do more damage because you don't know what you're doing anyway. And it really hurts because that's what you don't want to go to when you go play on Saturday night. With them kind of things going on, don't look for good things to happen. Everything has to be on point, bro, if you want to win. It's very seldom that you get them real great ones that you know that they can just, you can go in there, man, and they be sick as hell, and they'll still go in there and have enough ability to finish one.
Hey, Fo wants to know how long did our dogs live after being on roids all their life?
Well, it wasn't on roids all their life. I mean, Brat was only on roids for a short time. Now, I'm going to tell you what happened with Brat. It just seemed like it made Brat big. That was a champion by the time she was almost 2.5. Shit, she's more or less swole up. I mean, y'all see the picture of her being bred in Mayday? Yeah, by the time she got off of them down roids, Brat was big as Mayday.
About 65
I mean, she was a big bitch. She always had a slim, tall-like frame, but it was, you know, for some odd reason, our dogs had light bones. I mean, they were big dogs, but they were lightweight. 36, 37 was her top. But shoot, after we got off them, all of them swole up. Big Pretty Mama swole up. You know?
All of them.
They just got big dogs. They was just.
I mean,
Didn't nobody die early. I sold all of them dogs, and they, I don't know, they didn't die on my yard. They was pretty good dogs. They all had puppies.
Right, all them PORs and all them.
Right.
They come off the yard, but they live to do that kind of shit.
Yeah, they dogs left and went other places and was still doing their thing. You know, but we didn't have none die at no early age or anything like that. I didn't really take nobody 10 or 20 years down the line. You know, there was never really a keeper on my yard. And, you know, and that was just, yeah, how good they were, you know. I was always trying to move forward, but no, the ill effects, the worst thing that I had with roids was, I would have to say on the males, their nuts shrink up. You know, that was one thing I didn't notice about them. Their nuts would shrink up. But see, I always use that after care that I used when I was on roids. You know, when I was on roids, guys, I was 145 pounds, and I lifted my first 300 pounds of weights. I put another 5 pounds on just to pick up 315. The shoulder started hurting, and the doctor told me that I'm lifting twice the size of my own weight, and my little body is not being able to handle it. Even though I'm strong, my little small frame, you know, because I was doing it so much that, you know, my little body, they were saying I'm doing it too much, and I'm doing it, you know, because now I'm sitting there trying to bench, not just max out. I'm sitting up there working 3 or 4 times with 315 at 150 pounds. So the roids definitely had a factor in that. And I noticed that when I stopped taking them, you know, the first time when I didn't take that, you know, those after, what they call stacks, you know, when you stacking them, or them after stacks, when I didn't take it the first time, and I kind of slowed down, I started seeing all that water weight. You know, it started looking like, you know, the cut was there, but it was feeling like, you know, it was looking like water. And, you know, 6-pack was not as tight, but it was, you know, like I said, water 6-pack, like, you know. So it does add a difference afterwards, but, you know, when you're on roids, it shouldn't be, you shouldn't be out there doing it no more than a year, 2 years. You know, if you're doing it, you can make a grand champion out of a dog. You know what I'm saying? You know, the problem to me that I think it came from was, you know, when you make a grand champion and you didn't won 5 and 6 on roids, you know, I would see it being hard to get dogs, you know, or it would be hard to come in heat. You know, Brat wasn't a regular. It was like a couple of years down the line before Brat was actually started, you know, coming in heat far as regular. You know, when we betted the Mayday, you know, we didn't even think she would come in heat prior to the point. It was like a surprise that she came in heat. But this was because we had her on roids so long, because when we take them off, it's like going through a session. You know, we would take them off, maybe 2 or 3 months later, we got her back on. No? No, and that goes for any dog that you're campaigning out there that you know you're going to have out there like that. You know, it's best to get it out the way. Because prolonging it and you know, stretching the time out, it can hurt you in the long run. Especially if you got those guys out there that's going for the grands and the 6s and 7s and the 8s, you know. Now, I know Queen still had puppies after the fact. Maybe not as many as she should have had, but she did good to be on roids. You know what I mean? She did real good to be on roids. I think Mayday did real good to be on roids. I think what happened to him was the breeding. I think a lot of the breeding had a lot to do with him, because when he was in the States, he was being bred a lot. I mean, an awful lot. And by being on roids, knowing your balls and got a little small, you know what I mean? That production wasn't strong. I think it done a lot of damage to him, you know, when they were trying to get, just, you know, as much as they could out of him after that, because that's what you do. You know what I mean? I had Buck Rogers on roids, and thank God I got a breeding out of him, because I got a breeding out of him in between the time that he wasn't on roids. If it don't be for me doing that little break right there, I probably would have never got anything out of him. Because our intention was to get him bred and to get him back out there. We really did want to go all the way with him. You know, again, bad things happen. But I did get a litter out of him when I did breed. You know, he did kick out a litter. It was right there in between, you know, time that he wasn't on him. But prior to that, you know, most of the dogs that I was taking out, they was on them, because, you know, they'd be off for a minute and then we'd be back on. Off for a minute, we hooked again, we back on. You know? And that's how it goes for guys that use them on their dogs anyway. They ain't gonna tell you. I mean, it's not required to tell you. And a lot of them probably don't want to go and put it out there. I ain't ashamed to say it, because I did it. I wouldn't lie to y'all. I'm just telling you, I did it because it was a performance enhancement, and I knew how to get the performance out of in the enhancement out of them. You know, some people will tell you it's brutal. You know, I always felt like, you know, I didn't take it as being brutal. I was taking it like I could see what it was doing. I mean, it looked rough, but man, it's you ought to see the outcome. It's amazing if you just try it. I mean, remember, the information is there for you to get your mindset right. You open your mind to it. If your mind is closed to it, you need to go back and listen again, because all I did is open your mind for, you know, for those who's always looking for something wrong, and that's why you can't take the right part of the seed and help it grow, because you have immediately covered it up. where it can't burst and pop because you put the negative thought over it before you even consider what its capabilities were if you was to sit there and let it grow into your head. If you just sit back and listen to what I told you and explain to you guys and let it, go through your head. That's how learning goes. You go through it, you analyze it, and then you come to your conclusion. It might change your mind about shit with more information that you may not have known. Or maybe didn't want to accept. I'll put it in that term.
Yeah. Well, that takes me back to saying, go back and look at the yard. You're either going to be what? You're either going to be a breeder
or a hunter.
Or a hunter.
I was never really thinking about the breeding shit. I bred for my own personal use. So I wasn't trying to be a breeder. So being on steroids never concerned me. If the steroids would have not, took and turned most of my dogs sterile, then, I would have continued going that route as long as I was winning. I was doing what I wanted to do first and what I loved. So that comes first. I'm not a breeder. So me being worried about steroids during the time that I was being a hunter, I didn't care about the breeder part. Yeah, you like that name, Juggernaut Man? Yeah, Juggernaut Man. Yeah, that Juggernaut Man. I'm telling you, boy, them boys right there, he was a good one. Yeah, see, but to me, I gotta hunt before I breed. See? I gotta hunt before I breed. See, I wasn't trying to, once I got the right dogs by winning, then I could breed to continue to breed. To play, Prior to that, I'm breeding to somebody else to give me something to play with. Once I got out of that, well, now I'm taking my own stuff and I'm breeding to somebody to come back with more stuff to play with. Then I was on a roll. I could accept that. That was right up my alley. Then, okay, now I'm having fun. I'm having puppies, and it was like a little assembly line. And by the time these was ready to settle down, then I had a whole new batch, and then I got out and came right back, and next thing you know it, in that yard that they took, I say again, I never had the chance to enjoy it. I never had the chance to enjoy it, but I really did enjoy it. Okay, guys, let me go back down here and look in here again, okay? How old do you think a dog got to be to stop producing pups? And what's the oldest dog you know that produced pups? Bull and Jip. Well, I bred the Rascal, Champion Rascal. I think it was Rascal Jr. that I bred to. Black and white. And he was old as hell. I think he was like 11, 12 years old when I bred to him. And I had a litter. Sure did. I had a litter. I never kept a dog that damn long, man. Didn't know how old they was, I did keep the Goldie. She died of old age.
Amber died of old age.
Yeah, Amber died of old age, even though they both came down with the cancer, but they was deep into their years, 12, 13 years old by then. Yeah, Buddy died of old age.
Hyper died of old age.
Yeah. All them dogs lived 12, 13 years. A little longer than that. Can you put a dog on a chain too soon? No. Make sure you got the right collar on him when you put young dogs on them. Because, I didn't have to put 8-week and 10-week-old puppies on chains. I couldn't keep them together. Mm-hmm. I think that the most important part is don't put one of them old corny chains on them. You know, them little tie-out things, they don't work. You know, you get the puppy one of them medium size, you know, that he can grow into. And just make sure that you keep the collar adjusted. Because the collar, it gets you in trouble. You know, make sure your collar is done the right way. It says, how old do you think a dog got to be to stop producing? I think when again, is when he just don't. Because that can happen at any time. You got some dogs that's famous out there who you know, guys is breeding all the way up to their deathbed, you know, trying to get everything they could out of them. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, the older they get, the more shaky I be getting about breeding to them, because if I'm going to pay for a breeding, I want to have some puppies. You know, Apache was getting kind of old when I bred to him, and he didn't have no puppies. Amber was kind of old too, but, you know, you go dealing with older dogs, you know, you're taking a chance. Now, when I bred the Rascal, I was hoping like hell that I had some, and I was happy to have them. But, you know, I've seen many times where older dogs, you know, you be on the last end of that one, and now you got the guy wanting to give you a puppy when you were trying to get a litter. I just think the older the dog is, you know, if he was up for public stud, get them while they're young. I wouldn't be, you know, them older ones, you're taking a chance. Especially you coming from afar. Now, if you just round the block and it don't happen, you just keep sticking them until you maybe get something. But hopefully you get your money back. I wouldn't want no puppy. I want a litter. Mm-hmm. How you did that? You do that. What's up, Bull City? Knucklehead, what's up? Anthony Paul, what's up? Mr. Bixler, what's up, bro? Bull City in the house. How you doing, Chris? Mr. Ortiz. What's up, Benny? I didn't see Paris. Where Paris at? Oh, what's up, Big Penny? What's up, baby? Big Penny said the game is to be sold, not told. That's right, Big Penny. The game itself, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to give them the mindset. You know, you got the mindset of the conditioner. You know, I mean, everybody talking about what to do, but they don't talk about the mindset before you go into anything. Don't you gotta have a mindset and a game plan? You know, I gave you my mindset and how I address my game plan. I didn't exactly tell you what I did as far as the things, the more in-depth things, but I told you a lot of the mindset things that you can damn near do it just damn self once you figure that much out. Okay. Cool Hands, what's up, man? Welcome to the room. Hey, fellas, and y'all get a chance, hit the likes. Hit the likes. Mongolia Kennels, what's up, bro? Cannon G, what's up, man? Thank you for coming out, fellas. Mr. Mason, salute, bro. Jaquez, same to you, bro. I didn't seen it. I mean, that's a good one on the one that says, what about a dog with one testicle? Could it be bred? I'm gonna tell you like this. I ain't never seen one bred. Honestly. Everyone that I ever noticed, You know, it was either up there in the thing and they could bring it down, or it was up there and they had to bring it down and still had to neuter them. I've never really seen one that had one testicle produce a litter. And maybe it's possible, but on the incidence of this, not only with pits, other dogs, other breeds, I've bred them all. You have one ball, you take them to the vet, they go up and they see that the other one is up in there, but it just never, you know, it didn't come down. And I've never seen them able to bring one down without having to cut them both off. So I never seen a successful operation where, you know, I seen a vet bring one down and he had two balls again. You know, it didn't never happen for me. I've had dogs that had one ball. And they'll have to get rid of them because if I'm going to breed something, I want to have some balls. You ain't have but one, it couldn't do me no good. And the vet said, you know, he's not going to have no puppies with one ball. And most of the time, we just had them neutered. And I usually would sell them after that. Mr. Chris, let's see. That Roger litter was going to be something else. Had them on the chain at 3 weeks old. You're right. You're right, Chris. Yeah, that litter was something special, boy. You're so right. Them firecrackers, that was the Mayday bread in there with that Pretty Mama and Beetlejuice with the Stone City. Oh, that was some, them little guys was something. All that Stone City and all that mixture, man, was just a bunch of hell of a good dogs, man. You couldn't even call them Mayday dogs because they weren't. They was actually what you call them, GHK dogs. They had a touch of everybody in there. And all of them were great kennels. So, you know, that recipe was definitely something to look forward to because it definitely, when I say it hurt me when them people went up in there and snatched them dogs and immediately went and killed my shit, man, let me tell you something. I'm trying to tell y'all. One of the saddest things you ever want to feel, boy, when you know that you've been rightfully wrong. You know what I'm saying? They rightfully did it. But knowing they was wrong for doing it. To me, it didn't even care. It was like, you know, a dagger to me.
Yeah.
Like they invaded my home and then went up in there and grabbed my children and just went down there and killed them. Like, well, what the hell? Could have used it for evidence. I'd have had a fighting chance. But no, they was making sure. They was making sure that them dogs was not going to do it. I mean, the actual dog catcher himself in the trial, they asked the veterinarian to work down there, did she put the dogs to sleep? And boy, you should have seen how she jumped to her own defense. Because in the state of Florida, they're not supposed to euthanize your dog when they take them. There has to be a court order sent out by a judge. Until then, you know, they try to accumulate the fees. But no, it didn't happen like that in my case. He immediately took him and he immediately went down there and he killed him himself. And that was one of the other things that pissed off the jury because it was made known to the jury. And that's probably why the dog catcher didn't get along too well with the prosecutor because she hated it. And the reason why she hated him is because, you know, he made some things look worse than they were, and she got caught up in the crossfire, and a lot of the things he done and once got crossed on him, you know, little surprise things that she wasn't aware of, you know, when she had all the evidence she claimed she had, it was him that sunk her case. It was him and his actions and you know, him trying to get the journal up. Jury gets a chance to see all that shit. No, judge, I don't want the jury to see certain things, so I send them out. But it has to be a hold on. What is this? No, you ain't. Hold on. Call it. Send the jury out. You think the jury didn't see that clown walk in with that big ass little thing, little thing he made up? They seen it. They seen it. Did you put that together? Yeah, he put it together. So this is not even no real evidence here. You can't do that. And I don't know whether the prosecutor knew it or not, but it really made the jury skinge a little bit when the veterinarian jumped out there and said, "Oh no, I didn't do it. No, I didn't do that." That's the way she did it. And then she hurried up and ratted on him, and jury didn't like that. He made it look like there was something wrong with what was been going on, and the jury took it that way because there was something going on. You don't just take somebody's shit and go kill it like that, and then nobody wants to have a reason to explain it, but you still don't want that part to show up in the trial. But it was one of the great answers and one of them questions that turned out to be a great answer. Her reaction in itself. Of course, the jury like, "Oh, what the hell? He making it look like there was something wrong with that." Yeah, it was. And the Florida say you ain't supposed to kill nothing by a court order. It's a first degree. No, it's a what they call a 5th degree misdemeanor. Really almost something like a 3rd degree felony, about a 4th degree felony like type shit. That means that doesn't go for a state employee, which he was. But it didn't matter because they were trying to keep that under the wraps. They didn't want the jury to hear that. It was one of them little things that got out and was like, damn it, it got out. Anthony Paul, what's up? Rubber City, good to hear from you, bro. What's up, fellas? Damn, I ain't seen y'all in a minute. Glad to see you stopping in. I'm going down through here. Do you use juice during schooling? No. There's really no need. There's really no need. You want to see the dog's natural ability, then you want to be, all you're doing is adding to a keep for advantage. That's the only thing you're doing. You're not enhancing his ability as far as, where you gotta see your dog work under the roids in schooling, then you'll be wasting a lot of roids because all dogs don't. You have more dogs that don't pass the schooling than you do dogs that do. And that's 100% true. Okay? So just remember that part. Schooling is schooling. Calling is calling. It still plays a big part on how you school your dog. Still plays a big part on how you call your dog. Still plays a big part on how you precondition your dog. Still plays a big part on how you condition the dog, period. And how you match your dog. All of it has everything to do with your mentality. Your mentality. Your discipline and your motivation to getting things done for the sake of your animal. Mm-hmm. Mr. Brockton says, Vinny, there are different classifications of roids that do many different things, not just recovery. Oh, it is. You're right, Mr. Brockton. Down here in Florida, I race greyhounds. For 35 years, some of the side effects of roids are stroke, artery damage, heart attacks, and blood clots. So, for them, good point. Now, my question to you is, why did y'all use the roids? Right? My question to you. What was the purpose of you using the roids on your greyhounds? And then answer me, was there any difference between natural and roids? That's my question to you. Can you give me, help me out with that one? Okay, this is what you read what he said, right? I read it off, so I want like to hear his response, because that's a good one, bro. Because I know that, I used to go to greyhounds, and I love those dogs. I used to go back there when they, present them back there before they race them. Dogs with all them power muscles in their legs, like you could damn near be in a conditioner. I could damn near pick a winner, man. And them big strong ones or those small fast ones, they were key. You couldn't be really an in-betweener. You could look good and be in between, but man, there were just certain things about them masculine dogs, man, that you just knew that dog had the power. And they really showed too, right off the rip. Some of them dogs go wide to wide, be gone, pew, like everybody else way behind them. He just run out there chasing down a little rabbit on his own. Takes 9 months to wean them off. Sometimes to get them to breed, you got to know what you're doing, man. Yeah, that's true, unfortunately. Everyone's seen how Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens bulked up off the roids. Well, I mean, that's why he's not in the Hall of Fame. That's why he's not in the Hall of Fame. Because they noticed his batting average when he got bulked up and the way he was hitting that shit, they were like, wait a minute. Oh, hell no. No, bro. And, and then all it takes is a snitch. He can't deny once his own doctor started telling on him, Look at that guy with the Kentucky Derby horse.
Bo said he didn't. He said he didn't use steroids.
Oh, but you didn't use steroids?
That's why did they? Why were they using?
Well, you didn't use them. Oh, okay. But other guys used them. Why did they use them, though? Why did they use them? If you didn't use them, but why do you think they used them? You think they were using them for that same edge that I'll be talking about? I mean, what would be the purpose of using them on the greyhounds unless it was for some type of performance enhancement, right? Good for now. Good. I mean, I'm liking your interaction with me too, bro. I really appreciate that. I thank you because you're coming up with some good points all night. So I'm gonna salute you for that, bro. Thank you. Because a lot of stuff I'm reading now, but you was doing a lot of answering shit and making shit known too. So that's good. A lot of you guys were. I mean, I see little long ass paragraphs up in here. Yeah, Frederick, they were. Frederick, they were already a Hall of Fame players, so why do you think they used the roids? Why do you really believe that they used the roids and then all of a sudden this drastic change came, but they became out of nowhere better than they were before they was even great? They were already great, but their performance had spiked so high that it brought the seeing eye. I mean, that's what it was. They had performance records to kind of say, well, man, y'all using roids. Regardless of how you getting them in your body, the numbers didn't match up. Even though they were already Hall of Famers, the numbers changed so drastically it didn't match up from them being good compared to them being great. That was the problem. You're good, Hall of Fame and all, but when you went to that great mode, the numbers didn't show you know, the numbers was such a change that, you know, you would have to consider enhancement. And they weren't wrong. He had to get a bigger hat. That's how much that human growth humor affected. Wow. A lot of them use them as stupidity, laziness. Nutrition is constantly evolving, and by the late 90s, there were plenty of supplements that could take the place of P&Es. And you're right. You're right. You're definitely right about that. But one thing for damn sure, the only reason those supplements is because they were using, they didn't want it to be illegal. See, in our world, we don't have to go through all that because it's not a banned substance. So why would I want to change to get to a supplement when there's no need for me to worry about the supplement or the change because it's not illegal over here where we at. If I can get my hands on them, I can use them. It shouldn't be no problem. Not over here. You know, and it shouldn't be an issue over here. I think you guys give up too much conversation about that issue because y'all make it too big of an issue. It doesn't make your dog a better dog as far as if he gonna quit, whether he on roids or not. It don't make your dog less of a dog because he's on roids, because a person that's on natural feels like because he's on roids, his dog is what? You're mad because he's on roids? He's on a performance enhancer? You know, that'd probably be the only reason you're mad because outside the fact of somebody that does natural, whose concept believes that roids has no difference than a dog that's on natural is definitely lost. There's just no way I would want to be in the room having that conversation with that person when it's so evident that they already started that conversation off in the wrong place to even start it. To even make that assumption, it's not worth the conversation because you're off the back, they're lost. You know, roids wasn't illegal, but there were certain things that was happening that made it illegal when they started to notice some of them batting averages and the way they had these drastic changes and the way some of these players was small one man bulking up the nets. Well, phone them. Hey, man, send me your information. You get my email. Send me your information. I want to know about that snack. I know I'm getting old, but you know, I mean, I want to do one more run, a meal regimen of working out, man. I've been sick for a while, and I'm trying to take advantage of you know, I want to go back to the gym, but I don't want to go back to the gym like no old man because I still got a young body. It's just a dead body. It's just, I want to build my body up. And I don't want to take the chances with roids now because of my age and my condition, but I do want to bulk up. So if you can help me out with that, bro, I would appreciate that. You know, I'll try them snacks. You know, I give them a try. I mean, it would be a nice experience for me to come back and go through it and see what happens, you know, because I'm definitely a dedicated man when it comes to working out. And I can get big quick. I can show you a totally different body in 90 days. 8 weeks is a good keep, but 90 days for a human, you'll definitely see the difference. Say it again, good conversation. Yes, you gotta have a bulldog first, then build from there, because I've seen dogs on roids take a stand. Sure have. Yep. Yeah, me too. I mean, that's like I said, they put too much into the Roy thing, you know? I think there's too much put into it, personally. You know, just leave it where it's at, you know? If you're on roids in this game, you know, so what? It ain't gonna make a difference if you're on roids or not. Not gonna make no difference, you know? Because, I mean, referee ain't gonna say nothing. Person on the other side ain't gonna say nothing. Ain't nothing to say. So let's put him down. Let's see. Yo, after the show, I've seen good dogs lose on roids. I've seen good dogs on roids lose, and I've seen better dogs lose against a dog that wasn't as good as him that was on roids. Because for some odd reason, the dog on roids took him down into an area that caught him on surprise. It caught him off guard. And took him somewhere that he wasn't used to going. And that's how they win. So when you catch them first time out dogs going into them 2-time winners, and maybe they got a little story that maybe they caught this dog and you know that he's not on roids, or maybe he's not, you know, he's doing natural, or he's not on roids, or you never know, because it does make a difference if you got the right dog. That's the best I can tell you, fellas. It's a performance enhancement. I already got a badass. I'm putting a little bit more badass to that badass to enhance the performance. Then I got a badass dog. Really, okay? It's just really not saying that. I'm gonna tell you like this. I said the good kennels that I know, and a lot of the great dogs that we talk about, okay? They don't sit back. I mean, if I don't ever tell you guys that I was on roids, but you would never, never made the statement, we wouldn't have that conversation come to me, but I'd come on and let you know. But there's a lot of other guys where there was really no conversation regardless. You know, to make it a point to let everybody know they were using them, but there's a lot of those great dogs out there, guys, that was on roids. The very dogs that we're talking about. And it showed a bigger, you could tell in their shows, yeah, you can tell. Especially when it's done right. Sometimes you can got 2 steroid dogs going into each other. You know, like I said, I went 317. I'm pretty sure that dog was on steroids if he was using my key. I don't see it. Trying to understand where you're coming from. You are strictly a competitor with a lot of dog men are competitors and breeders and love the animals, and not saying you don't love the animals. And right. Thank you. You know it. You're right. You're right. But then, like, I go back to the Kentucky Derby, where you know, the guy who is a great trainer. I mean, he's seen the Triple Crown a few times, and he didn't been there riding in that Kentucky Derby window circle a lot too. But see, when you keep coming up with certain issues, now it wasn't like that was his first one. So when they run across performance enhancements in a horse that has just won the Kentucky Derby, and the way he won it, you know what I mean? And for it to be like, oh, it was a rug ointment we put on him, they ain't having it, because, see, it's been too many incidents which you guys don't know, that they was running into these kind of problems with roids showing up in their horses. One thing for damn sure, you know, in the horsing community, they don't play the steroid shit. They do not play that shit. You know what I mean? You can get banned and everything messing around with some roids on a horse. Knucklehead says, I don't see the big deal if it's not illegal. then at that point, it's up to the preference. If you feel like your dog is better without it, then run your dog that way. If you decide to put them on it, so be it. And you're right, Knucklehead. I'm in agreement with you. I'm in total disagreement with you, Knucklehead. I mean, a lot of the stuff you guys are saying on both sides of the fence, it really is making good points. But the bottom line is like in for them, he's hitting some major points. Knucklehead hitting major points. There's a lot of major points that weigh in on both sides, but in the long run, it's still a preference. It's a preference. It's not nothing for us to really have a big debate over. There's really no debate. You know, if you want to say the debate is roids over natural, there is really no debate when debate shouldn't last that long if the roids are not illegal. Then roids will have the better edge over natural any day, is because it's still performance enhancement. That's just the bottom line, fellas. Especially if you're using a person that's used steroids, knows how to use them, down there professional at using them, and you're putting up against a natural person who has nothing but natural abilities. You're saying that then we should not have these bans against roids in any sport. But if you're going to take it in any sport, then you got to accept our sport without the ban. Because this same concept in our sport is still true. It's because it's not banned doesn't change the fact that it does give an advantage. Bottom line. Oh, really done. And the twins, how everything. We appreciate everything you're doing. Quick question. What do you have to say about a drug called Zell and having minimum water in the dog's blood? Well, Azium, dexamethasone, both same thing. I use the shit, okay? It's a very important piece of material for me before and after the show, okay? Azium, Dex, it doesn't really take the water out, but what it does is it does stop you from bleeding, helps you clot better. That's what it does. Inflammatory medicine, but it literally stop the bleed out. You get a little nasty cut, you're gonna bleed, but you're not gonna bleed like you would if you didn't have no Azium. You got Azium in you, it'll clot up bigger, a lot better. You have to be careful with Azium because you can't dry a dog out too much. You just got to know how to use it and the way you use it. You know what I mean? One thing that was funny about me in the Azium game was, guys, that when I got down to my final weeks on getting close to that line, I start using Azium 3 weeks out. If you were to kind of think back on what would that put me in the keep, then you would see why. I would use it in that time zone, or in that area, because blood also carries oxygen, people, which is very important in the dog's blood. And when you lose a lot of blood, you lose oxygen. So when you see a squirter or you see a bleeder, you already know everybody start doing that. Oh, you know that sound. Oh, well, you believe me. Not only are you losing fluids, you're losing air. Good point. Who said that? Who was that? Crafty? They're crafty. That was a good one, bro. Now, I don't know about ASIO, but I know ASIOM and Dex, you know, is what we use as far as grinding the dog out, you know, to keep me from being a bleeder. That's what it's used for. I'm in total agreement with it. I used it. And y'all, we can carry this shit to the parking lot, though.
Good show tonight, fellas.
Yeah, I appreciate the help, brother. Now, I mean, some good questions, some good remarks. I mean, basically, the mindset and the thing right there, you guys might, I tell you, new listeners, especially you guys that really don't know. I mean, imagine if you went to get the calendar off the refrigerator and you sat down and you literally took what I said and did 1 week, and just assume, using your mind, because I said there's a lot of things that were said, that if you pick it up, you'll figure it out, because the puzzle has been put right there for you to piece together. A lot of stuff was said for you to help you piece it together. Once you piece it together and got the understanding and the mindset that my mind was on at the time, remember, I'm not talking in reference to everybody. I'm talking just in reference to me and what I did. Remember, I'm not giving a school lesson. I'm giving you actual events that I did for a fact. You know, so, you know, it's kind of late to try to change any of that now when it's already part of history. So you might as well take the results that I got out of it, since it's already part of history, and see if it can help you in the advantages. Like I said, times have changed. Guys got new supplements out there that, you know, you may not have to do that. You know, they say that even in the real, in you know, bodybuilding places, you know, they got these, you know, cleaner steroids. I have not seen that work as good as the steroids. Now, if somebody knows that, you know, there's those kind of supplements out there to show me, because I like to know. You know, I like Debo. I like Deca. You know, with dogs, I like, you know, I take Debo and Winstrol, and in the early parts, Equipoise. But, you know, anybody got any supplements to kind of match up to those kind of things, you know, I would like to know, because I would like to try something more cleaner for myself. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that. Anybody, you know, don't forget, you got to hit those like buttons. For those new people, please subscribe. For those guys that are still out here throwing the support, it's basically the same people that I still have to salute you to the utmost, because you guys are the ones that are making the difference. You are guys carrying the load, you know. And again, we ask for more of you guys to step up. Remember, we ain't asking for your wallet. We're just asking for your support. All right, for you new people, please subscribe, because this is definitely a library of information in all these videos. We have some great videos, we have some good videos, and then we have some all right videos, but there's a whole bunch of information in every one of these videos that you would love to sit back and what y'all call them when y'all sit on the couch and do shit, binge? To sit back and binge on some going hard videos. They'll be interesting. So I thank you guys for coming out. I'm thanking you guys for being real active. I mean, I ain't never seen so much damn typing in the chat room and since I've been on. So can y'all take a little time out and give us them roses? Give us those muscles up. Give us those 100s. Let me know that you liked the show today, because I definitely have to put a salute out to you guys, because y'all was the show. You guys was the show. And I'd like to say thank you to that. All right? It's all about the mindset and the mind frame that you're doing this stuff at, guys. And I want to really thank you guys, because there's so much writing out here. I mean, there's so much that I'm gonna. it's just interesting if y'all guys just sit back and read the chats. You know, this chat here is going to be very interesting. You know, because there's a lot of information, there's a lot of sides to be done in there, man. And when you having guys that's making sense, because what nobody talking stupid, these guys are making some valid, good points. It helps in your decision making. See, like I said, I'm not the only smart person in the room. As you can tell. As you can tell, they're not the only one. There's a many of them in here. And I appreciate all the participation, guys. Thank you for them roses. Thank you for them 100.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
I really thank you for that, guys. Y'all
Thumbs up.
y'all always sling that shit out there when it counts. All right?
Muscles.
So
Roses.
this dude be kidding me with that one,
Man,
y'all.
I gotta get it in, man. I gotta get it in. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. That time has come. Get that bop on me.
You know how it go, fellas. You know when that music start bumping up, man. You know what I mean? That be close to my end of my day. You know how we be. We like them boys out there in the hood. You know what I'm saying? We ain't no bad guys, but we ain't no good guys. You know what I'm saying? But we have our moments. You know, we love our moments when what we do is what we do. And that's what makes us who we are. You know, some of us want to get better. Some of us can't get no better. You know, some of us is already great in the level that they're on. You know, at some point, everybody has that opportunity. We all might not get there, but we all have that opportunity. And the only way we can do this, to get everybody the opportunity, for those who want to get there and who don't, is remember, guys, we got to stay together. We got to follow the rules of the fraternity. We got to have that loyalty, man, and we got to have that integrity to keep this shit under control where we can survive it. This ain't 1989, this ain't the 90s, and this is not the 2000s. Yes, things has changed. But hey, it ain't 1950 either. All right? So there's always a way to make it better in the times that we live in. And we just need a little bit more help from more of our older dog men who wants to sit back because they don't want to trust the new. Oh, okay.
I got some lasagna.
Oh my God. Y'all want to come, my kids? Come on over, it's my baby. She's coming out of school. This is my granddaughter, guys. Say hi to these people. These are my dog friends.
Come on in here.
Come on in here. These are my kids. Here's my daughter, his mommy.
Hello, girl.
Yeah, she's a dog girl. You saw they just come over and just raid ass shit.
You know he back in football,
Come on, man. You want to raid and say hi to everybody? Put your head down there, look into the camera, boy. This is my grandson. Yeah, he's a dogger too. He has to go out and clean up dog shit.
Y'all bum rush the room. We be out there in a second.
Yes.
Bye, Bobby. Love you.
I love you too, sweetheart. What's up, baby? Look at she's getting all grown.
Let's go.
All right, guys. As we get ready to bring this thing to the end, and thank you guys for saying hi to my children.
That's just some of them. Blame it, that's just some of them.
That's just some of them.
This room ain't big enough.
Right, his room ain't big enough to hold all of them, that's for sure.
Fellas.
Hey, fellas, look, man, thank you for coming out tonight.
As always,
We're going to see y'all on Tuesday.
Talk Shit Tuesday.
Let's just let y'all know my birthday, June 1st. That's right, we under the signs of the Gemini. We get ready to turn 61 years old. We were born June 1st, 1961.
Yeah.
The stars is in the house, y'all. The light is up on us.
Finna enjoy it, baby.
We're gonna enjoy it, fellas, and we wanna enjoy it with y'all. So I'm gonna definitely come into my party Tuesday like it's my birthday.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so be ready to come up in there, fellas. I want to be doing some green bottles. I want to be doing a lot of roses. I just wanted this better like kick it around. We're gonna do it straight out, some straight out parking lot shit right off the goddamn rip. You know what I mean? I want birthday cakes. I want guys to dig in there and send me your support out there as a present to the fraternity because that's what I want for my birthday. You know what I mean? I want all my friends, all my dog men to come in there on Tuesday and let's celebrate my birthday that's coming up on Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
You know, let's make that an event because these birthdays, boy, you better, when you get my age and you know, you gotta really start appreciating them. You know, everybody else be glad to see you on your birthday. You don't even want to think about your birthday.
Just one more year closer to
One
that
more
damn
year
hole.
down
That's what
the
it means.
line.
What
That's what it means.
the fuck?
So
There ain't
you
no
gotta
happy.
enjoy
We're
it all
gonna be
you
happy.
can.
We're gonna be happy with it. All right, you know what I'm saying? But to y'all, man, we're gonna let you know this. We appreciate you always. We
Always, we salute you. All right, fellas.
And you know how we do this.
As we back up into that corner, we done made it through another week.
Yes, sir.
We got another week to go.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Times might be hard, times might be good. It don't make a difference when it's your turn to go.
Yes, sir.
And when it's your turn to go, regardless whether it's to go over there and get your bag or go over there and call that draw. But one thing we won't do, we will not come out with two curves.
No, sir.
We will not come out with two curves. There's no winners in curves.
No, sir. We always gonna do
We're
what?
gonna always do what? We're gonna always scratch the win, baby. Yeah!
Love it, man.
Get that bag, fellas.
Get that bag. Here we go.
Good night, fellas. Hey, man, y'all had a good show, fellas. I really like that chat room, man. Peace out. See y'all in the parking lot. Yeah, baby.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining
Yeah.
and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends and ask questions and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Brat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show, and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion El Rod, Champion Yellow Bunny. So pull up a seat and let's talk dogs.
You might as well go ahead and write this in. Y'all can write this one out. Hey, you ain't getting the music. I want to hear this shit.
It's the weekend. It's a long weekend too, man. Turn up, turn up. You know, Pit Dog, it was a lot said today, you know. We were trying to get them to read between the lines, you know what I mean? You know how hard and brutal it is. They just don't know how hard and brutal it is until they try to start doing it. It's easy to talk about, but then you gotta start doing it. I think that's when they'll understand. You gotta first start doing it. What you think, partner? I know you're hearing, man. I know you're hearing. Yeah. Hit on my Don Cornelius shit. Shout out to you, Vinny. Hope everything works out well for you, bro. If all else fail, man, you got twin number, man. You need to call him. You know he'll talk to you. Eric Collins, what's happening, man? Glad to see you made it, man. Hey, you know you can always go back and catch what was going on. Glad to see you showed up to the parking lot, baby. Don't worry about it, baby. You can always go back and check it out. Miss you in the chat, though, friend. I miss you in the chat. I tell you what, Pit Dog. This Friday night. Birthday coming up in the middle of the week. I'm turning up the whole weekend, bro. And I ain't even gonna lie to you. Whole weekend gonna be on fire. Got kids and grandkids popping up, coming in from out of town. Coming and enjoy my birthday with me, so it's gonna be an enjoyable weekend, man. One enjoyable weekend. Ain't that crazy, man? 6/1/1961. So you already know, 7 is our favorite numbers. If you look at our names, first name, 7 letters, middle name, 7 letters, last name, 7 letters. 777, baby. Yeah. We was born to win though, man, you know what I'm saying? Life's been good. I call it blessed. And that ain't me bragging, you know what I mean? I really appreciate life like that, bro, for real. Plan on it, bro. Thank you, though. I'm just gonna sit here and ride it out. Got my drink in hand. That's right, baby. 777. Money, lucky. Yeah. I wouldn't even put it on the money. I would just put it on pure luck. You know? Lucky to be alive. Lucky to have a beautiful family. Lucky to have lived a good life. Lucky to have this podcast and still enjoy the people and give something back. That's just pure luck, man. You know, and everywhere I think it is, you know, when you talk about luck, sometimes we substitute that with just blessed. You know what I'm saying? To be lucky, you gotta be in the right place at the right time. And that's why the blessings come in, because God will always put us in the right place at the right time. And bless us with a life. So hey, man, try to live it to the best of our ability, man, but have fun the whole time. Do what you love to do. Cause that day gonna come, and you might not be able to do it no more. And then what? I'll let you know when I get there, baby. I'm a Marine, nigga, you know what's up. I'll crawl to the fight, nigga. I'm crawling to the fight, baby. Yes, sir. Salute, my friend. Enjoy your Memorial Day, man. My brother at arms. My brother and dog. You just straight my brother. We just gonna leave it like that, all right? We just gonna put it out there. My brother, Pitbull. Crawling gang, baby, you know it. Sure as hell they gonna get me standing there looking. Can't even imagine what that feel like, bro. I don't even want to think about it. Fuck that. Bad juju, bad juju. Yeah. Thank you, sir. parking lot early tonight. Got a party waiting on me. Parking lot. Time to come down parking lot. It's time to kill the parking lot. I'm giving a fair warning. It's time to clear the parking lot. So I'm clearing the parking lot. And now, what time we find? Trying to do that, y'all, just to get myself pumped up and everything. You know, get a little bit of that creeper, because the thump. Hold up. I gotta get that thump, please, one more time. Where that thump go? Here I go. Hold up. All right, hold on. All right, I'll do a little bit back. I'll do a little bit back. All right. That's it. That's it. I'm done. I'm done. You just gonna ride out like the boogeyman. See y'all Tuesday. Enjoy.